Hello.
Good morning, distinguished dignitaries, respected faculty members, researchers, industry leaders, delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen.
On the behalf of the entire organizing committee, it gives me immense pleasure and a great privilege to welcome you all to the grand inaugural ceremony of the first IEEE International Conference on Instrumentation, that is INSTCon 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Pranendu Vikas.
And I am Shairi.
And we are your hosts for this event.
The conference is jointly hosted by the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering and the Department of Electrical Engineering at NIT Rourkela, under the aegis of the IEEE Instrumentation and Measurement Society, Rourkela Chapter, IEEE Rourkela Subsection, and IEEE Kolkata Section.
To formally commence this inaugural ceremony, we invite the respected dignitaries on the dais. Please, sir.
Please join me in welcoming our chief guest, Mr. Sudeep Pal Chaudhary, sir, Executive Director Projects, Rourkela Steel Plant.
Let's have a huge round of applause.
Professor Pradeep Sarkar, sir, the Director in Charge and the Dean, Planning and Development, NIT Rourkela. Professor Poonam Singh, ma'am, Chairperson, IEEE Rourkela Subsection, and the Dean, Faculty Welfare at NIT Rourkela. Professor Umesh Chandrapati, sir, Chair, IEEE IMS Rourkela Chapter and the Journal Chair of INSTCon 2026 and the Head of the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering at NIT Rourkela. Professor Pravat Kumar Ray, sir, Head of the Department of Electrical Engineering at NIT Rourkela. Professor Saugata Kumar Kar, sir, the Organizing Chair of INSTCon 2026. Professor Saptarshi Chatterjee, sir, Organizing Chair of INSTCon 2026.
Now, I would like to request our volunteers to present the dignitaries with saplings as a token of our welcome. First, to our chief guest, Mr. Sudeep Pal Chaudhary, sir, Executive Director, Rourkela Steel Plant. To Professor Pradeep Sarkar, sir, the Director in Charge, NIT Rourkela. To Professor Poonam Singh, ma'am, Chairperson, IEEE Rourkela Subsection. I request the volunteers to present the sapling to Professor Umesh Chandrapati, sir. To Professor Prabhat Kumar Ray, sir, Head of the Department, Electrical Engineering. To Professor Saugat Kumar Kar, sir, the Organizing Chair of INSTCon 2026. And finally, to Professor Saptarshi Chatterjee, sir, the Organizing Chair, INSTCon 2026.
With our esteemed dignitaries now assembled on the dais, we are ready to formally commence the inaugural ceremony of INSTCon 2026.
Every ceremonial beginning should start with the blessings of the Almighty. So, let us now commence the program with the invocation.
Now I would like to request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly proceed with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, symbolizing the triumph of knowledge over ignorance. Arogyam Janasampada Shatrabuddhi Vinashaya Deepajyotir Namostute Deepajyotir Namostute Deepajyotir Parabrahma Deepajyotir Janardanaha Deepajyotir Parabrahma Deepajyotir Janardanaha Deepo Hartu Me Papam Sandhya Deepa Namostute O Deepa Brahma Rupasvam Jyotisham Prabhuravyayah O Deepa Brahma Rupasvam Jyotisham Prabhuravyayah Arogyam Dehi Putrausha Matim Swachham Hi Me Sada Raverastam Samarabhya Yavat Suryo Thank you
Thank-
so much, dignitaries.
And now I invite Professor Umesh Chandrapati sir, the General Chair of INSTCon 2026, to deliver the welcome address. Please, sir.
Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Sudeep Pal Chaudhary, Executive Director Projects, Rourkela Steel Plant, Guest of Honor and Director in Charge, Pradeep Sarkar, NIT Rourkela, Chair IEEE Rourkela Subsection, Professor Poonam Singh, HOD Department of Electrical Engineering, Professor Prabhat Kumar Roy, Organizing Chair, Professor Sagat Kumar Kaur, Organizing Chair, Saptarshi Chatterjee, Honorable Plenary, keynote, invited speakers from across the globe, faculty colleagues, staffs, students, and delegates present physically and online. A very good morning to all of you. In fact, I am addressing this gathering holding three official responsibilities. General Chair, IEEE on 2026, Chair, IEEE Instrumentation and Measurement IMS Society, Rourkela Chapter, and Head, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the first IEEE International Conference on INSTCon. And it is IEEE INSTCon 2026 being held at NIT Rourkela from 24-25 July 2026, which is organized by the IEEE Instrumentation and Measurement Society, Rourkela Chapter, in association with Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, as well as Department of Electrical Engineering. Subsequent to the formation of IMS Rourkela Chapter in the year 2025, that means hardly 1 year has passed, we have successfully organized several technical seminars to promote knowledge exchange and professional development. It has always been our vision to organize a premier international conference that would serve as a platform for researchers, academicians, industry professionals, and students to exchange ideas and showcase their latest research in the field of instrumentation and measurements. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural edition of IEEE INSTCon, the flagship conference of the IMS Rourkela Chapter. The objective of this conference is to bring together a diverse community of academicians and industry leaders from around the world, share their latest research findings, breakthrough technology, and visionary insights. There are seven different technical tracks in the conference: smart sensors and intelligent instrumentation, sustainable IoT and communication technology, advances in intelligent control, robotics and mechatronics, innovation, mechatronics, circuits and devices, sustainable technology for electrical systems, applied signal and image processing, and instrumentation for defense and space applications. As far as the statistics is concerned, even if this is the first edition, we have received 1630 papers from many different institutions from India as well as abroad. And it was a challenging task to get them reviewed. 1680 reviewers under 66 senior meta reviewers and 8 track chairs were assigned for the review task. Thanks to the reviewers, meta reviewers, and track chairs, we could complete the review process almost in time. After a rigorous peer review process, 306 papers, approximately 18%, were accepted for presentation to maintain the quality of the conference, 18%. We would have been very happy to organize the conference only in physical mode. However, after getting a lot of requests for online presentations and considering that the classes have started in many institutes, we decided to go ahead with the hybrid mode. The technical program includes 115 papers to be presented in physical mode and 60 papers in online mode. 1 plenary lecture, 5 keynote addresses, 4 invited talks, a combined IEEE Women in Engineering and IEEE Special Interest Group on Humanitarian Technology SIGST panel discussion, all designed to simulate thought-provoking dialogue and cross-disciplinary collaboration. In this platform, IEEE IMS Raukla chapter is proud to present Luminary Awards to distinguished professors for their lifetime contribution in the field of instrumentation and measurements. The distinguished professors are Professor D. Patranavis, Jadavpur University, Professor Siddhartha Sen, IIT Kharagpur. He is present here and he was my teacher in MTech days. Professor Sugata Munshi, Jadavpur University. He is present here. Professor T.K. Dan, NIT Raurkela. He was the ex-head of the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering here. Professor P.K. Datta, IIT Kharagpur. He was my PhD supervisor in IIT Kharagpur. Professor V. Jagdish Kumar, IIT Madras. We are successfully grateful to our plenary, keynote, as well as invited speakers for accepting our invitation and for sparing their valuable time and expertise. We sincerely thank all our patrons, sponsors, technical partners, authors, reviewers, and volunteers for their invaluable support in making this first edition a reality. We also want to extend our sincere appreciation to the technical program committee, reviewers, and the entire organizing team for their tireless efforts to make this conference successful. We are also thankful to the technical co-sponsors, IEEE Kolkata section, IEEE Raurkela subsection, and WIE Affinity Group. Whether you are attending in person or participating virtually, we encourage you to engage fully with the sessions, connect with fellow attendees, and take advantage of the many opportunities this conference offers. Together, let us inspire and be inspired in shaping the next wave of innovation. Last but not the least, thank you once again for being part of INSTCon 2026. We look forward to your active participation in making this conference a truly memorable and impactful event. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your welcome address and kind words.
I now invite Professor Poonam Singh Ma'am, Chairperson IEEE Raurkela subsection, to address the gathering. Please, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Our Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Sudeep Pal Chaudhary, Executive Director Projects, Raurkela Steel Plant. Distinguished guests, Professor Pradeep Sarkar, Director in Charge, NIT Raurkela. Professor U.C. Pati, Head of the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, and General Chair, INSTCon 26. General Organizing Chair, Professor Saugat Head of Department of Electrical Engineering, Professor P.K. Rai, and Organizing Co-Chair, Professor Saptarishi Chatterjee. All the distinguished guests of the dais, our faculty colleagues, students, and participants of this conference. On behalf of IEEE Raurkela subsection, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the first IEEE International Conference on Instrumentation, INSTCon 2026, being organized by the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering and Department of Electrical Engineering jointly. This is organized at NIT Raurkela from 24 to 25th July 20. IEEE Raurkela subsection is a technical co-sponsor of this conference on 2026. This subsection was formed in 2020, and after that we have been successfully organizing many events. Many conferences have been organized, seminars, webinar series, short-term courses, faculty development programs, and many student activity programs have already been organized by our subsection. And many society chapters have been formed under IEEE Rourkela subsection. Some of them are IEEE Instrumentation and Measurement Society. It was formed last year only, and now they are organizing conference. And other chapters are IEEE Kolkata section and Rourkela subsection, joint chapter on signal processing, communication and vehicular technology. Then we also have a Women in Engineering chapter, Power Energy Society chapter, and Industry Electronics Society chapter, and there are many others. There are some student chapters also formed in under this IEEE Rourkela. So this conference brings together a diverse community of academicians and industry leaders from around the world, and they will share their latest research findings, the breakthrough technologies, and visionary insights. So there will be a large number of papers presented in different technical sessions parallelly. And we encourage all the participants to engage fully with the sessions, or whether they are in online mode or offline mode. You try to interact with the speakers and other fellow paper presenters. Take the advantage of all the opportunities that this conference offers. So with this, I welcome you once again to the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words.
The Department of Electrical Engineering has been a proud and valued co-organizer of INSTCon 2026, and its unwavering support has been instrumental in making this conference a reality.
I now have the pleasure of inviting Professor Pravat Kumar Ray, sir, Head of the Department of Electrical Engineering, NIT Rourkela, to address the gathering. Please, sir.
Good morning, one and all. Honorable Chief Guest of this inaugural ceremony, Mr. Sudeep Pal Chaudhary, Executive Director, Rourkela Steel Plant, Director in charge, NIT Rourkela, Professor Pradeep Sarkar, General Chair and Head of the Department, Electronics and Communication Engineering, Professor U.C. Pati, Chair IEEE Rourkela subsection, Professor Poonam Singh, Organizing Secretary, Professor Saugat Kumar Kaur and Professor Saptasri Chatterjee. Eminent keynote speakers, deans, head of the departments, faculty, staff members, participants from different institutes, industries, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to grace this occasion as head of one of the organizing department, that is electrical engineering. So all of us know we cannot imagine engineering without instrumentation, measurement and sensor. So the topic or title chosen by this organizer is very pertinent and need of the hour, that is Conference on Instrumentation or INSTCon 2026. So all of us know that in all these areas, nowadays even the major existence of AI and ML, this instrumentation, measurement and sensor also exist. If you will talk about any area such as, for example, healthcare system, then whenever you visit a doctor, so before writing any prescription, he will suggest or he will advise for diagnosis. So that means for different testing, where instrumentation, measurement, sensor required. If you will go for nowadays in the industrial automation sector, this instrumentation, measurement, sensor plays a vital role. And also in the intelligent transportation system, this is required. And nowadays we are talking about, all of us talking about regarding penetration of renewable energy into this power system or energy scenario, then this instrumentation sensor plays a vital role. For example, so if you'll go for forecasting of solar irradiance, then at that time, nowadays, people are not using this model-based technique. People are using sky imager technique, where in the sky, through sky imager, you have to capture image and you have to then analyze what should be the irradiance, or you have to forecast the irradiance, and that is forecast horizon is very small and very accurate measurement occurs. So if we'll talk about the power management system, then also whenever so many renewable sources or so many energy sources are there to meet a particular load demand, at that time you have to sense how much is the health of a battery, if battery is integrated, if PV is integrated, all these things, sensors and instrumentation and measurements are required. So I think our participants from different institutes, organizations, those who have joined this program or this conference, during these 2 days of deliberations, they will gain enough idea to implement their, or to enhance their research activity in their parent institution. Then I'm standing over here to represent electrical engineering department, so I have to inform you little idea, some idea regarding electrical department at NIT Rourkela. So our department is one of the oldest department at NIT Rourkela. It has established since the inception of our institute in 1961. So presently in our department, around 40 faculty members are there and around 30 supporting staffs. And we have around 20 UG/PG laboratories and more than 15 research laboratories. And our faculty members are involved in research activities sponsored by different agencies such as DST, UKRE, different bilateral projects, Indo-Japan, Indo-Sri Lanka, Indo-Thai. And recently, in the last year, our institute got a project from ANRF around 100 crore, that is ANRF pair program, in which one of the theme is energy technology. In energy technology, around 14 faculty members of our departments are working. So these are more or less regarding our department. So once again, I congratulate and invite you all to this 2 days of conference and wish the conference a big success. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for addressing the gathering.
Our chief guest, Mr. Sudeep Pal Chaudhary, sir, the Executive Director Projects, Rourkela Steel Plant, has made significant contributions to engineering and to industrial leadership. And it is our absolute honor to welcome sir to inaugurate INSTCon 2026 and address the gathering. Sir, I request you to kindly deliver the inaugural address. Please, sir.
Respected Director of NIT Rourkela, esteemed dignitaries on the dais, distinguished representatives of IEEE Instrumentation and Measurement Society, eminent academicians, research scholars, and my dear students. A very good morning to all of you. Please accept my warm greetings on this auspicious occasion of Bauda Jatra today. It is both a privilege and a matter of pride to be present at the first IEEE International Conference on Instrumentation, INSTCon 20. The fact that this is the inaugural edition of INSTCon makes it particularly significant because every great scientific movement begins with a visionary first step. I am confident that INSTCon 2026 shall grow into one of the premier global forums for advancing research, innovation, and collaboration in the field of instrumentation and measurement technologies. Today, we stand at a defining moment in technological evolution. The world is transitioning rapidly towards Industry 4 and Industry 5, where intelligent systems are transforming the way we manufacture, monitor, communicate, and make our decisions. At the heart of this transformation has been our indispensable discipline, instrumentation engineering. The famous business adage, what gets measured gets improved, aptly applies to the field of instrumentation. It is the science of making the invisible visible, the uncertain measurable, and the complex controllable. Every breakthrough in automation, artificial intelligence, robotics, renewable energy, healthcare, aerospace, defense, and smart infrastructure that many of my predecessors have already spoken about has begun with the accurate sensing, reliable measurements, and intelligent data acquisition. The topics selected in INSTCon 2026 beautifully reflect this technological landscape. I am sure that the discussions on topics like smart sensors and intelligent instrumentation, IoT, intelligent robotics and instrumentation for defense and space applications shall yield fruitful outcomes that shall define the future of engineering and our society. Artificial intelligence has undoubtedly become the defining technology of our era. However, we must remember that artificial intelligence is only as intelligent as the quality of the data it receives. No algorithm can fully compensate for erroneous and incomplete data. Reliable instrumentation provides that trusted foundation. Precision measurements, calibrated sensors, and robust monitoring systems are the backbone upon which intelligent algorithms generate meaningful insights. As a professional in one of India's largest integrated steel plants, I can personally testify to the transformative power of instrumentation. Modern steel manufacturing today relies extensively on smart sensors, predictive maintenance, process automation, digital twins, virtual reality, machine learning, condition monitoring, and real-time video analytics. These technologies have significantly enhanced productivity, product quality, operational safety, energy efficiency, and environmental compliance. The future of manufacturing today lies in intelligent factories where machines communicate seamlessly, equipment predicts its own maintenance patterns and requirements, quality inspection is automated, and operational decisions are increasingly data-driven. Such a future can only be realized through continuous advancement in instrumentation engineering. I am delighted to see the strong participation of young researchers and students. The future of science belongs to those who dare to question established knowledge, challenge the conventional approaches, and convert ideas into impactful solutions. Conferences like INSTCon provide an invaluable opportunity to interact with globally renowned experts, exchange ideas with them, present research findings, and establish collaborations that often shape entire careers. I encourage every participant to make the best use of these 2 days by engaging in meaningful discussions, learning from the different perspectives, and exploring interdisciplinary collaborations. Often, the most significant innovations emerge at the intersection of multiple ideas. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizing committee, IEEE Instrumentation and Measurement Society, IEEE Rourkela Subsection, IEEE Kolkata Section, and the National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, for their meticulous efforts in conceptualizing and organizing this prestigious international conference. To conclude, I extend my best wishes for the grand success of INSTCon 2026. I am confident that the deliberations during these 2 days shall generate new ideas, inspire collaborative research, strengthen industry, academia partnerships, and contribute meaningfully to the advancement of instrumentation engineering for the benefit of humanity. Thank you, everyone. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind and encouraging word and for setting the tone for this conference.
Absolutely. Now, at this inaugural edition of INSTCon, we are proud to begin a new tradition. We take this opportunity to honor with deep gratitude the distinguished senior academicians for their pioneering contributions, which have significantly shaped education, research, and innovation in the field of instrumentation in India.
Now, we invite Professor Saugata Kumar Kar sir, the organizing chair of INSTCon 2026, to kindly conduct the felicitation ceremony.
Please, sir.
A very good morning to everyone, distinguished guests, the dais, dear participants, my colleagues. I have the distinct privilege and honor of presenting the first INSTCon 2026 Luminary Award. This year, we are going to felicitate 6 of our senior academicians who has not only mastered the delicate science of measurement and control, but has actively illuminated the path forward for our entire instrumentation and measurement field. First of all, it is our pleasure to present INSTCon 2026 Luminary Award to Father of Instrumentation in the context of Indian engineering. We learned instrumentation from his books like Industrial Instrumentation, Principles of Electronics Instrumentation, Sensors and Transducers in our UG and PG courses. He is a foundational figure in the field of instrumentation, Professor Deepak Patranobesh. Professor Patranobesh was the professor and then emeritus fellow at Jadavpur University, Kolkata, in the Department of Instrumentation and Electronics Engineering, an MSc Tech and a PhD from University of Calcutta. He taught physics for a short period before joining DVC, Damodar Valley Corporation, as an electrical engineer. Then he worked as an instrument engineer in Guest Inn Williams Limited, Howrah. He returned to teaching and research at Jadavpur University, taking charge of the newly formed Department of Instrumentation and Electronics. Dr. Patranobesh has authored over 150 research papers and 6 books in instrumentation and electronics areas. He has guided many PhD research scholars and still active in research and teaching. He was the president of IIST for 2 years, editor, Journal of IIST for 6 years, and honorary editor of the Journal of IET for 2 years for the Circuit and Systems Group. He has also received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the International Society for Automation, ISA, USA. Sir, we the instrumentation people are indebted to you for your monumental contributions to education, research, and literature in instrumentation and electronics. Because of his age, he is not present here. A big round of applause for Professor Patranobesh. Now, we feel proud to present INSTCon 2026 Luminary Award to Professor Siddhartha Sen for his substantial contributions to engineering, research, and academic leadership. Professor Sen received BEE honors degree from Jadavpur University, Kolkata in 1977, MTech and PhD degrees from IIT Kharagpur in 1980 and 1992, respectively, all in electrical engineering. After spending short periods at DVC, Damodar Valley Corporation, and Regional Institute of Technology, Jamshedpur, he joined Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, as a lecturer in 1984. He served there for 38 years and retired in 2022 as a professor. During this period, he was actively involved in teaching and research in the area of instrumentation and control. He was the coordinator of BTech instrumentation program for more than a decade. He supervised 18 students towards PhD degree and published about 150 papers in international journals and conferences. He collaborated with industries and research organizations towards successful completion of several sponsor projects. He also served several administrative positions, such as Head Electrical Engineering, Chairman GATE, and Professor in Charge Counseling Center of IIT Kharagpur. He is a life member of IEEE and Fellow of IEEE. His current research interests are MEMS sensors, capacitive sensors, and multi-phase flow measurements. With this, I want to welcome Professor Sen. Sir, please come into the. So I want the volunteers, please come forward. And Professor Sen will be felicitated by our chief guest, Sudeep K. Palchodhi, sir. Sir, please. with a memento with a Uttorio and saplings. So now with token of appreciation of this award, memento, and a small gift from us. So sir, we can join for a photograph. Sir, thank you very much. I request you, sir, please have an address to our audience.
Thank you, Professor. Respected dignitaries on the dais, respected other luminaries, and also delegates. It's I feel honored. I can't express my views on it. Is there to be on this stage to receive such an award from NIT Rourkela in this one. And at the same time, I am also feeling proud that the General Chair and also the organizing chair, Professor Poti and Professor Shogato Kumar Kaur, both are. So I feel honored this one. I joined IIT Kharagpur in 1984 and I was brought in teach BTech instrumentation program. That was the first 4-year BTech program. Instrumentation started in India. So throughout my career, I devoted teaching and doing framing curriculum and doing the research. And also, in this occasion, I would like to express my indebtedness to Steel Authority of India, because the Pal Chaudhary is there. With him, with Steel Authority, RDCI still SAIL, Ranchi, I started my industrial research. So it also gave me actually the confidence. I failed in many occasions, but it gave us confidence that, yeah, we can do the things. And for my junior research scholars and also the students also, my only submission is that basically if we look at it to the instrumentation and here there, that basically what we try from the very beginning is that we try to model what we see physically, and the second thing, what we know theoretically, we try to verify it, experiment. These are the very few things which is important. If we look at it in general, you can say that this is the objective of any engineering or scientific research. And the instrumentation and measurements makes basically brings the bridge between this one, builds the bridge between this one, the theory and the practice. So I am proud that really NIT Rourkela is going in a big way in organizing this sort of conference, and I see a lot of delegates and like this people are coming here presenting their research, and I am sure that it would be a very encouraging and very useful conference there. and possibly in another 5-10 years, I will see many of your faces in the paper or in TV or like this as a very eminent scientist. This I request, I thank you all and wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. A big round of applause for Professor Sir again. Now, we present our next Luminary Award to Professor P.K. Dan, Torun Kumar Dan, for his meaningful contributions to our department, particularly for the instrumentation specialization.
Good morning, everyone. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to be here today. I sincerely thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference. For those who may not know me, I am Professor T.K. Dan, a retired professor from the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Rourkela. Even after retirement, it is always a matter of great pride to remain connected with the academic family that has been such an important part of my life. I have witnessed the remarkable journey of our department over the decades. What started with modest facilities and a small group of dedicated faculty members has today grown into one of the leading departments producing outstanding engineers, researchers, and academicians. This progress has been possible because of the dedications, hard works, and visions of the faculty, staff, students, alumni, and institute leadership. The field of electronics and instrumentation is evolving at an unprecedented pace. Today, technologies such as artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, automations, robotics, smart sensors, and data analytics are transforming industries and societies. Conferences like these provide an excellent platform for researchers, teachers, students, and industry professionals to exchange ideas, discuss challenges, and explore new opportunities for collaboration. I encourage all the young participants to remain curious, continue learning throughout their careers, and always uphold the highest standard of integrity and professionalism. Knowledge becomes truly meaningful only when it is accepted by the benefits of society. Finally, I extend my best wishes for the success of the conference. May these discussions held here inspire new ideas, meaningful collaborations, and innovative solutions for the future. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Have a wonderful conference.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So Professor Dan is out of country now, so we contacted him. So he sent us this video message. Thank you, sir, again. And just to mention that Professor Dan served our department as well the institute. He joined in February 1988 and he retired 2022, more than 30 years, 34 years, close to 34 years. Thank you, sir. A big round of applause for Professor Dan again. Now, we present our next INSTCon 2026 Luminary Award to Professor Sugato Munshi for his significant contributions to industry, academics, and research. Professor Munshi is a retired professor, currently visiting faculty of Electrical Engineering, Jadavpur University, alumnus of Electrical Engineering, Department of Jadavpur University. He worked in the plasma physics Department of Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics from 1985 to 1990. He visited Japan in 1986 and had training at Heavy Engineering Workshop Toshiba Corporation on tokamak machine, a hot plasma experimental device. He joined the Electrical Engineering Department of Jadavpur University in 1990 as lecturer. Professor Munshi is the joint recipient of President of India's Prize, Pandit Madan Mohan Malabya's Memorial Prize, Thomas Ward Memorial Prize, Tata Rao medal, and 2 certificates of merits awarded by the Institution of Engineers, India. He authored and co-authored more than 60 research papers in referred journals and about 40 papers in conference proceedings. He holds 2 Indian patents jointly with other colleagues, and he co-guided 5 PhD theses and 35 master degrees. Mostly, his domain of interest is signal processing, sensor system, and intelligent instrumentation. Professor Munshi is present here, and I would like to request Professor Munshi to come on the stage, on the dais, and I request Mr. Sudeep K. Pal Chaudhary sir to present the award, the sapling, and the memento, and a small gift from us to Professor Munshi. Yeah, thank you, sir. I would like to request you to address our gathering, sir, please.
Dignitaries present on and off the dais, respected faculty members, staffs, students, and other participants conference. A very good morning to all of you. Now, I am a pleasure to be present here on this auspicious occasion, and I am overwhelmed by the honor that you have bestowed upon me. Now, in the email that was sent to me as an invitation from the organizers, they have lauded my role as a teacher as well as research worker, research guide, etc. But I primarily want to introduce myself as a teacher. What I enjoyed much was the classroom. So I have taught for 35 years. It's true that I was involved in such work also, because nowadays or in university level, in the institute level, research and teaching, they are intertwined. You cannot do only with teaching or only with research. So they are intertwined. If you do simply teaching, your ideas become barren. If you do simply research, it gets biased. All right, it becomes blind. So both have to be done. But regarding the research work in I was involved, I must admit that most of the contributions came, that is of course a usual case in case of many personnel, that the main contribution came from my students. So I must acknowledge their contribution as well. Now, my role was simply some guidance regarding the formulation of problem and channelize their thoughts, etc. Coming back to this conference, what I was trying to say, I thought, thinking about saying, our previous speakers, they have already stated it. So I have nothing much more to add. Now, instrumentation, it has traveled made a long journey, starting from primitive, ancient manual tools used for basic measurements and navigation, then went through transformations, uh, mechanical gauges, electrical and electronic instrumentations, followed by first generation digital instrumentation, and now landed up with automated systems, sensor networked intelligent systems, more precisely, cyber physical systems. They are well in use. Incidentally, Professor Amitabh Chatterjee is there. I can't refrain from curb my temptation, say that in Jadavpur University, we belonged to the measurement and instrumentation. That was the early name. But now it has been changed to instrumentation and cyber physical system. So Professor Chatterjee and our junior colleagues, they are working on it, make it a very, very successful section, very, very successful lab. Now, in this backdrop, in the days of cyber physical system, there is every need for interaction between the instrumentation scientists and engineers. And this type of conference is one such step, maybe a small step, but it will flourish in future. So here, people will interact, not merely listening to the paper presentations, but mingle with each other, exchange ideas, find out what are the new vistas that are being opened up. So please make use of this opportunity, and I wish this conference a grand success. I wish the participants a bright future, go on scaling newer and newer heights, higher and higher peaks, and march ahead. With these few words, I am concluding. Again, I am extending my best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for your address. And a big round of applause for Professor Munshi again. Now we present our next INSTCon Luminary Award, Professor Pranav Kumar Datta, for his significant contribution to research and academic leadership. Contacted sir, but he not able to come here. So Professor Pranav K. Datta joined Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur as a member of faculty with the Department of Electrical Engineering in 1993 and is currently a senior professor in the same department. He was head, School of Medical Science and Technology, and head, Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Kharagpur. He also served as Dean, Faculty of Bioscience, Biotechnology, and Interdisciplinary Sciences. His principal research interests include optoelectronic instrumentation, camera-based measurement, optical imaging, and machine learning. He has published around 100 journals and 50 conference papers and supervised 25 PhD students. He was also involved with several challenging industrial projects, Steel Authority of India Limited and Indian Railway. Sir is not present here. Sir has sent a message. I am just reading out message from Professor P.K. Datta. I am extremely happy to see a successful organization of IEEE International Conference on Instrumentation, INSTCon 2026 at NIT Rourkela. There was an overwhelming response from the participants across India. The conference captures instrumentation world as a conglomerate of sensors, macro to nano, smart circuits with AI/ML and host of communication. They can be IoT element, edge element, security enabler, or an element in Industry 4.0. They are the key link between physical world and the world of information. This is definitely a timely and praiseworthy effort from the conference organizing committee, organizing chair Professor Umesh Sipoti, and team members under the able guidance of Professor K. Uma Maheshwar Rao, the director, NIT Rourkela. With less than 25% acceptance rates, the conference maintained a high quality. I wish all the success and repeat of these coming years. Thank you, sir, for your message. We'll send or personally whatever our award to Professor Datta, and a big round of applause for his contribution in the field of instrumentation. Now, it is a great privilege and honor to present INSTCon 2026 Honorary Award to Professor Jagdish Kumar, Professor Emeritus in the Department of Electrical Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology Madras, IIT Madras, in recognition of his exceptional contribution to the field of sense, measurement and instrumentation. Professor Jagdish Kumar received his BE degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering from the College of Engineering, Gunde, Chennai in 1978, followed by his MTech and PhD in Electrical Engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, in 1980 and 1986, respectively. He joined the faculty of IIT Madras in 1987 and has since devoted nearly 4 decades of advancing excellence in research, education, innovation, and academic leadership. An internationally acclaimed scholar, Professor Kumar has held academic and research appointments at King's College London, the ASEAN Institute of Technology, Brunswick University of Technology, and RWT ASEAN University through several collaborative projects fostering international partnership in instrumentation research. Professor Kumar has mentored 19 research scholars, authored over 50 journal publications in leading IEEE journals, and presented more than 100 papers in international conferences. His outstanding contributions have been recognized through prestigious honors, including the Young Scientist Award from the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and the DAD Fellowship Award. He is a senior member of IEEE and a fellow of Indian Institute of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, IE, reflecting his distinguished standing in the global engineering and instrumentation community. For his exemplary contribution to the engineering research, academic leadership, innovation, and the mentoring of generations of engineers and researchers, it is our proud privilege to confer upon Professor V. Jagdish Kumar the INSTCon 2020 Luminary Award. So, sir, we contacted sir, unable to because of some medical issues. So, he sent us a message, please.
Good morning and greetings. It gives me immense pleasure to address the participants and organizers of the IEEE INSTCon 2026 being held at NIT Roorkela. My journey in the field of measurements and instrumentation started in the year 1978. The field of measurements and instrumentation is quite different from other fields of engineering and science, as all of you know. My experience explains this. Over the past 48 years, as a measurements and instrumentation engineer, I've had opportunity to work in a myriad of fields that includes traffic monitoring, wave energy, on ships, chemical factories, and biomedical instrumentation. All of you who have chosen this field will have ample opportunities to work in a variety of fields like I have done. I really miss the opportunity to be physically present at the conference owing to health reasons. I wish the conference a grand success. I'm sure all of you will benefit immensely, both personally and professionally, from attending this conference. My sincere thanks to Dr. Anusha for this opportunity to address you through this recorded meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for your message. Now, we are at the end of this felicitation program. So this year, we have felicitated 6 of our senior academics in the field of instrumentation and measurement. So in the next edition of this conference, we will try our best to felicitate other senior academicians who have contributed significantly in the field of instrumentation and measurement to this. Yeah, thank you for giving me a chance host this felicitation. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for conducting this felicitation ceremony. And a heartfelt congratulations to all the deserving awardees. Can we have a huge round of applause for all of them?
I now have the honor of inviting Professor Pradeep Sarkar sir, Director in Charge NIT Rourkela, to deliver the presidential address. Please, sir.
Distinguished guest, Pal Chaudhary sir, my colleagues on the dais, all the stalwarts sitting in front of me in the front dais, my other colleagues and participant and the delegates of the conference, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Institute, I welcome all of you, the inaugural program of this conference, 2 days conference. Our director, Professor Rao, is out of station today, and I am actually Dean of Planning and Development, officiating the director's office today. So I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our institute for the audience who are first time at our institute. You know, we are 13th best engineering institute in the country as per NIRF ranking. And continuously, we are among the top 20 engineering institute in the country with around 650 acres of the campus size and 20 academic department, over 8,500 students. We are one of the largest residential engineering campus institute in our country. And the two departments hosting this conference. One is Electronics and Communication Engineering Department, and another one is Electrical Engineering Department. Both are, two of the most big size department in the institute. Both the department combinedly represent about 1/5 of the size of the institute. I think 40 plus 40, 80 faculty members and over 1,500 students. Departments combinedly. And this conference is jointly organized by IEEE, which is one of the biggest engineering society in the world. And so I'm sure this IEEE is joining hand with this institute to host this conference. This is going to be the quality of the conference, quality of the presentation, quality of the publications is going to be very good. About the topic of this conference, that is instrumentation. As I said, all the stalwarts are here, and I am being a civil engineering professional. I don't have to add anything here. I am a user of this instrumentation. When I was a student, I used to do surveying using some instruments. Then total station came, and today only drone surveying. And you know, for underground service lines, we use the GPR surveying. Now, for condition assessment of a building, we don't do visual inspection anymore because there are a lot of instrumentations, thanks to your fraternity that is coming to us. So we are using sensors, microcontroller, all those things to monitor the health of a structure or assess the condition of a structure. Same as like medicine profession. Nowadays, doctors don't check the pulse or don't check the color of your eyes or your tongue. They use some of the instruments, fancy instruments, and diagnose the disease. So the instrumentation actually changed the engineering in a big sense, and it should again proceed further. Our country, you know, many times in national level, people says that to be a developed nation or self-sufficient, all these instruments I said in our civil engineering department mostly coming from foreign countries with hefty amount of cost. If we can develop those instruments in our institute or in our country itself, then we can be self-resilient society or self-dependent country. So this is a very, very important subject to discuss. And as I said, our institute is one of the best in the country. And joining hand with IEEE, this conference is the right platform. And to add to that, there are some, so we are already in a big league, but we want to prosper further. And in that, we have to increase our global engagement, where we have a little bit of gap, strategic gap. Then I can see, although electronics department, we have very, very eminent personalities. We are doing a lot of research and product development. But then still there is a small gap to translate those research and product into the commercialized market. So where had some difficulties, we still have some difficulties. So now, since there are a lot of learned academicians here, plus people from big industries, so I will request our organizer to not to confine this conference only to present papers or display products and then conclude with a group photograph, but just make it a big platform so that this collaboration and whatever we discuss, it go in a long run, fulfill our dream in two things. One is translate our research and these patents into commercialized product with the help of these people from industry and academia. And at the same time, we want to be visible globally with the help of a conference like this. Also, in our, as I said, we are one of the top ranked institute, but still we had a problem in public perception. So we could not present our strength to the public, and we are scoring low in the public perception. So I am expecting this type of conference where a lot of eminent people gathered together. They are going to help us to build public perception as well. To the participants, I want to tell this, this is going to be a very, very good platform for you to get engaged and add value to your understanding and knowledge about the instrumentation. At the same time, our campus is a last green, serene campus. Although it's a rainy day, you will not get a big opportunity to move around, but we have hills, water bodies, forests within our campus. There are flora and fauna. Please have time to go around, move around our campus whenever rain is not there, and enjoy these 2 days. I wish the conference a great success, and I congratulate the organizer for hosting such a big conference here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your encouraging words.
And now we arrive at a very significant moment. The time has come for the official unveiling of the conference proceedings of INSTCon 2026. This volume embodies the collective research contributions of authors from all across academia and industry that reflects the spirit of innovation and collaboration that this conference seeks to foster.
May I request our Director in Charge, Professor Pradeep Sarkar Sir, our Chief Guest, Mr. Sudeep Pal Chaudhary Sir, and the other dignitaries on the dais to kindly unveil the conference proceedings of INSTCon 2026. Please.
So ladies and gentlemen, let us mark this occasion with a huge round of applause. And before we proceed any further, we'd like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Mr. Sudeep Pal Chaudhary sir, and the director in charge, Pradeep Sarkar sir, for gracing the inaugural ceremony with their presence.
May I request Professor Pradeep Sarkar sir to kindly present a token of our appreciation to the chief guest, Mr. Sudeep Pal Chaudhary sir.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Professor Umesh Chandrapati, sir, the General Chair of INSTCon 2026, to present a token of our appreciation to the Director in charge, Professor Pradeep Sarkar, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your presence and support. I now invite Professor Saptarshi Chatterjee, sir, Organizing Chair of INSTCon 2026, to propose the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, our chief guest, Mr. Sudeep Pal Chaudhary, PD Projects, Rourkela Steel Plant, Director in charge, NIT Rourkela, Professor Pradeep Sarkar, HOD Electrical Engineering Department, Professor Prabhat Kumar Ray, Chairperson IEEE Rourkela Subsection, Madam Professor Poonam Singh, Chair IEEE INSTCon 2026 and HOD Electronics and Communication Engineering Department, Professor Umesh Chandrapati, Organizing Chair INSTCon 2026, Professor Shougata Kumar Roy, my respected teachers, faculty colleagues, staff members, participants, and students. A very good morning to all of you. As an organizing chair of IEEE INSTCon 2026 and secretary of IEEE IMS Rourkela chapter, it is my duty to propose the formal vote of thanks of this inaugural session of first IEEE International Conference on Instrumentation INSTCon 2026. It is known to all of us, especially for those who are involved in organizing such big events like INSTCon 2026, that such vote of thanks is always incomplete, as it is almost impossible to mention the names of all the people who are directly or indirectly involved in making the event possible. On behalf of the organizing committee and also on my personal behalf, I would like to thank all the persons for their active support in organizing this conference successfully. It is my great pleasure and honor to thank our chief guest, Mr. Sudeep Pal Chaudhary, for accepting our request and making time in his busy schedule. I would like to thank our director, sir, Professor K. Uma Maheshwar Rao, for his support and encouragement. Our sincere thanks to the Registrar NIT Rourkela, Professor Rohan Dhiman, Dean Sri, HODs of both the Electrical and Electronics Communication Department, HOD Computer Center for extending the logistics and infrastructural facility. With my highest regards and respect, I would like to extend our gratitude to the senior professors for accepting our invitation. Your presence and messages really add immense value and significance to this event. I would like to thank the IEEE Kolkata section, Rourkela subsection, WIE Affinity Group for their technical supports. Behind every successful conference lies the unwavering support of those who believe in its vision. We are deeply grateful to our sponsors and funding partners whose generosity has turned our ideas into reality. So, Cyospex Germany, Odisha Minerals and Steel Private Limited, Infinipoint Technologies, Orin Computers. We are immensely thankful to our sponsor for not just funding this event, but partnering with us in the pursuit of knowledge, growth, and excellency. The main pillars of any successful conference is the participants. So, I would like to express my heartiest thanks to every participant and authors for supporting us and presenting their work at this conference. I would like to thank our respected faculty members of EC and Electrical Engineering Department, as well as from other departments and outside this institute for their advice, thoughts, and active support in organizing this event. I would like to thank the respected members of advisory committee, track chairs, and reviewers for taking the pain to complete the reviews in a timely manner. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers for giving their time to deliver the lectures. This event would not have been possible without the untiring efforts of our volunteers and students for last 6 months or so. Thank you for your efforts and sincerity. I thank the members of the extended family of NIT Rourkela who make this campus clean, green, and hygienic. I thank you all again for being an important, integral part of this conference and allowing us to have the honor of interacting with you. So, this concludes the inaugural session of the first edition of IEEE INSTCon 2026. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. And as we bring the inaugural ceremony to a graceful conclusion, we extend our sincere gratitude to our Honorable Director in Charge, our Chief Guest, Honorable Dignitaries, Senior Academicians, Delegates, Sponsors, IEEE leadership, the Organizing Committee, the volunteers, and to everyone present over here.
I now request all dignitaries, respected senior academicians, and members of the organizing committee to kindly assemble for the official group photograph.
And I request the delegates and participants to remain seated for a few moments while the arrangements are made.
Thank you, everyone. All of you are cordially invited to join us for high tea. We wish you an enriching and productive INSTCon 2026. Thank you so much.
And the plenary talk will happen in the same room after 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, supervised over 60 postgraduate students and over 200 honors. He has examined over 80 postgraduate theses also. He is a fellow of IEEE USA, a fellow of IET UK, a fellow of IET India, and he was a topical editor of IEEE Census Journal from 2013 to 2025, and an associate editor for instrumentation, IEEE's transactions on instrumentation and measurement from 2007 to 2025. He is an associate editor of IEEE transactions on reviews in biomedical engineering, RBME. He is the EIC of the International Journals on Smart Sensing and the Intelligent Systems. He was a distinguished lecturer of the IEEE Census Council from 2017 to 2022. He has edited 45 books, Springler Verlag, and 35 journals special issue. He has organized over 25 international conferences as editor general and as either general chairs, co-chairs, or technical program chairs. He has delivered 460 presentations, including keynote, invited tutorials, and special lectures. As per Google Scholar, total citation is 30,907 and H index is 90. So, with this saying, now I am delighted to hand over to Professor Subhash online. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Sir, your voice is a little bit breaking. You reduce the volume. Sir, can you talk once, sir?
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, your voice is breaking a bit. Sir, can you speak once, sir?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Sir, you are audible, but this voice quality is a little bit breaking. Sir, one echo is there.
I'm not actually hearing anything from my side. Are you able to hear me?
Sir, we are able to hear you, but that voice is not, it is stopping. It is distorted one. Sir, are you able to hear us, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So our voice is clean, sir? So our voice is clean, sir. You are getting our voice, clean voice. Fine. Sir, can you speak once, sir?
What?
Sir, now your voice is clear. Can you speak once?
I don't get it.
Yes, sir. Now you please start. Sir, please start your session. Start your lecture, sir.
Okay, so can I start?
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so good morning, everyone. Thanks for the invitation to the organizing committee. So I'll be sharing some of our current research activities. So talking about sensor, drones, robots, so on. I am based in Sydney, Macquarie University. So our university based in 20 kilometers far from the city center of Sydney. It was established in 1964 and this university used the name of Lord Macquarie. It's the government-funded university. It's ranked 11 in Australia and 126 as per QS ranking 2027. We have over 40,000 students and around 8,500 international students. Many of you know, most of you may not know, but our university was involved on the design and development of the Wi-Fi at late 90s. Professor David Scalan and Neil Oesty were the professor designed that Wi-Fi system. So I like to, thanks to my PhD students, I will use some of their research work today. So I will talk our research activities, main focus, and then drones related research, robots, and on motors. So we do research on design and development of sensors. Sensors are very important because they are part of any intelligent system. If we want to make something better, we need to know, and sensors are fundamental to give that parameters of interest. So our motto of our group is to design, fabricate, implement different types of new sensors and sensing technologies for different challenging applications to benefit humanity and society. We do research on two types of theme. One is using the sensors which are readily available in the market to make intelligent systems. And also we fabricate sensors for some new and challenging applications. So our fabricated sensors are mainly capacitive type of sensors. We use planar interdigital capacitor type sensor. And they are very useful for any kind of dielectric material characterization. If you think of our food, beverage, and anything health-related parameters, environmental parameters, they are all very important to be determined or measured using this type of sensor. In recent times, we actually make flexible sensors. Flexible sensors also can be capacitive type. And if we apply some kind of stress, then there is a deformation due to which we can measure change of capacitance. And this can come as a part of our wearable clothes. It's very simple to fabricate this type of sensor. So one fabrication procedure based on carbon nanotube and PDMS, polydimethyl siloxane, is shown here. One of the challenges for this type of sensor is the process of fabrications is not automated. So effectively, maintaining uniformity can be a challenge. There are some applications. One of my students is working on early detection of Alzheimer's disease, also detection of pesticides in plant and fruit. Another applications we have done is to detection of phthalate, which is one kind of biotoxin in water and beverage. As you can see, we are able to detect 2 parts per billion of sensitivity. Another applications we did is early detection of osteoporosis. It's based on some biomarker. These biomarker we use called type 1 collagen. So effectively for selectivity, this sensor need to have some kind of selective coating. and we developed called molecular imprinted polymer, which comes as a functionalized coating on top of the sensor. And also that was our dream few years back, so that we can determine the health parameters from urine and the toilet can be converted into a smart toilet. Currently, we are developing pH sensor, which can be very low cost. And the reason of pH sensor, there are a lot of applications where health parameter can be determined using pH. Either it can be coming from sweat, urine, or tear, anything where body fluid is used. So of course, as we all know, the pH, it can be either acidic or base. We want to make a low cost, and that's what we are using, paper-based pH sensor. So we are in the process of developing this pH sensor on paper. It's again the coating is used, some kind of selective coating, and it can help us to make very low cost sensor. So some of the initial work we are doing using this pH sensor. There are a lot of applications of this pH sensor in our day-to-day life. So initial result is exciting, not very impressive, and we are currently working to develop the result. Whenever we develop sensor, we try to make the sensor as IoT enabled sensor. So the data can be uploaded into cloud for further processing and visualization. So I'll talk about the drone research, what we do. Effectively, there is a huge applications drones in recent times. As you all know that the war, what is going on either in Middle East or Ukraine, Russia, there are significant amount of applications of drones. But our drones are not for defense applications, it's for commercial applications. There are many companies in Australia, they are involved in the drones research. In Australian market, the drones will be predicted as $1.65 billion by 2034. So there are a lot of emphasis, and the government is also spending significant amount of money on the research for drones. We have called advanced drone research system, where we develop different types of drone. And our distinction is we design and build innovative next generation drone system. So our pillar are autonomous operation, cooperative swarms, enhancement of performance, and also safety. Safety is very important for drones related research. The Australia government has some policies, and we cannot actually fly drones everywhere. So there are some designated places where we can fly drones. In terms of our facilities, we have complete fabrication facility. It can be mechanical fabrication as well as 3D printing. So many parts of the drone we could fabricate it in-house. We also have hardware development fabrications facility, especially for printed circuit board. We can design, but of course for printing, we take help from outside. We do not have the printing facility. Another important facility we have is the mechanical test facility. When we make the drone, before we fly outside, we need to test the mechanical stability. And that we can do using this test rig, what we have. The drone can actually operate at that same speed, what is used outside when it flies, but it does not actually fly in air. And we can actually test the center of gravity and the mechanical stability and also pitch, roll, all the parameters we can do testing using this test rig. We also have the software development facility for simulating the drone's behavior. Complete behavior can be checked, tested before the software is used in the drone. And we also have the localization system OptiTrack, a camera-based system, because when we fly the drone outside, that actually needs lots of permission. But before we do that, we want the drone to be completely fail-safe. So that's why these localization systems are used for testing the behavior of the drone. And these are the different results of the pose of the drones measured by this OptiTrack system. So one of the project we are working is the called collaborative drone. Collaborative drone means more than 2 or 3 drones will work together for doing certain work. And this is very important, especially in the delivery service or some other applications. If the payload required by a drone is exceeding the capacity, we cannot actually carry that load. So in that case, we can have more than one drones doing the job. So that's why there are a lot of research happen whether you want pull or push based system. And we have seen the pull based system, as you can see here, is affected by the wind and other environmental factor. So we actually want it as a push based system. Now in order to do that, the drone need to have different other instrumentation. Then this conference, of course, instrumentation is very important, that instrumentation can play a significant role on developing highly efficient system. So here the drone comes with the flight controller, and this flight controller has got some sensors which are good enough for the drone for manual control. But when you want autonomous control, then you need some other extra embedded processor. So we use NVIDIA Jetson Nano as well as some other microcontroller for arranging the data what you get from the sensor, as well as the camera based image processing, which is very important when the drone is flying in autonomous mode. So here we have used 2 drones for carrying certain load collaboratively, and also it is possible that the tray which is used for carrying the mechanical load can be arranged in a dynamic way so that we can adjust the pressure for coming from the environmental factors such as wind and other constitution. So we have actually launched a patent in Australia, and right now we are looking for making a company, spin-up company, working on this project. Another project we are working on the drone is very important for extending the operating times of the drone, and we call mid-air battery service or battery swap. So again, on this project, we have also launched a patent, and we have got recently we have got a funding from Australian government, a big amount of money to make it a commercial product. So the idea of this that if we want a drone to continuously operate, because the drones are mainly battery based energy, so the battery will exhaust. Right now the commercial drones, they come up with operating time around half an hour to 40 minutes. In some applications, for example, if there is a flood or there is a bushfire or some other applications, and if the drone is used for search and rescue type of operation, so what will happen if the operation goes more than half an hour or 40 minutes, the drone will exhaust the battery, and then you have to bring the drone back. Under that situation, you might have already found someone, and then because of the battery problem, you will be bringing the drone back, then your target, what you got, will be lost. Under that situation, if you can send a new drone with a new battery, and the new drone can give the battery to the existing drone, the drone can operate its operation. So for that, what we need is another drone, and then that drone will be mechanically giving the battery, and then that battery will be used, and of course we have to take the old battery back. And for that, we have to have some kind of camera based image processing, mechanical alignment, and of course then giving the battery. So recently we have got the big project which we are working, but I'll be showing you some result which is old, which is not very impressive, but still it shows the proof of concept. Now, when the two drones are flying close to each other, because the motors of the drone, the propeller of the drone operating at very high speed, sometimes it can be 15 to 20,000 RPM. So there is a significant wind thrust coming from the propeller. So we need to know what is the amount of thrust which the drones are facing when the two drones are close to each other. And that's what we need, some computational fluid dynamic analysis to know the downwards effect. And what we have seen is that if the drones are from each other diagonally, with the almost the distance of the drone, maximum distance of the drone is the size of the drone, then it will be adjustable so that they will not face significant force. So we have the drones lab where we could fly the drone and we could see the effect. And this is the project, this is the one which we have done where the drone, one drone is giving a battery to the other drone. Of course, we are making this battery to be working. So right now a lot of work has been done, which is little bit, we actually have some confidentiality, and that's what I am not showing you. But we are expecting that by next month we will be having a new prototype where the battery will be giving, and then battery will be used, and then the used battery can be taken over. Next, I will be talking a little bit on our swarm robots. It's bio-inspired or nature-inspired swarm robots. So there are a lot of work in this area, but most of the work actually happen in the simulation-based. A lot of groups are working in different countries like UK, Germany, Canada. They're all working on the simulation. Here, what we are trying to do is to make the robot and physically validating the simulations what are reported for swarm robotics applications. So this robot, what you see, has been fabricated, designed and fabricated at our university by my PhD student. So this has got two types of embedded processor. One is the microcontroller, is called Mega, where all the local control system and the motor driver are working. And then another one, of course, based on Jetson Nano, where the camera-based image processing is carried out. So this is the different stages of fabrications. We accept the wheels, most of the things we have in-house developed. Of course, Arduino or Jetson Nano, that of course we have bought from outside, but most of the things are fabricated, and the PCB design, all these things are done in-house. So right now we have 15 robots which can work as a swarm of drones, swarm of robots for some applications. So as you know that when that bees or ants, they collectively transport, it's very hard to know who is the leader, how they are actually communicating the instruction, but somehow they all do together to execute a certain job. If we learn from them, how we can actually translate that to in the robotics domain. So that's what the challenge we are taking, and effectively we say that it is decentralized control. That means there is no central command to tell each and every robot what to do. So we have because our robot is fabricated so that they can do some mechanical work. So this is something one robot can do something, and then here two robots without having any kind of correspondence or communications between them, how they will be able to do some mechanical work. And that's what there are lots of algorithms which are simulated based algorithms are available. We are trying to validate some of the algorithms using our experimental setup. And of course, then we'll be looking for something new. So that's what we are actually working currently. So here I'm showing you only for 3 robots. We have actually experimented more robots, but some of the results still not very clear to show. I'm just having some old result to share with you. And the last topic I'll be sharing is called brushless DC motor. Now, brushless DC motor, as you all know, is very popular in electric car, drones, because this can run actually at a speed of 30,000, 40,000 RPM. So in drones related applications, brushless DC motor is the main mechanical force, as well as the electric car main mechanical system is the brushless DC motor. Brushless DC motor, effectively what it does is actually switching principle. So it has got coils in the stator where the coils are powered on and switched on and off, so that magnetic field, they rotate along the periphery, and the rotor of course has got permanent magnet which gets attracted and rotate. Now, because of switching on and off, what actually happened, because of the current goes on and off, there is a torque, which is a significant torque ripple. So that's the conventional type of torque. Because of the torque ripple, the vibration also very high. So vibration is in this particular type of motor is significantly higher compared to other types of motor. But because this has got advantages, there is no brass as such, and that's why the mechanical speed can go very high. So this type of motor in many countries now, there is a policy, especially in European Union, there is a policy that vibration should not exceed a certain value. In terms of drones and other type of application, vibration may not be a problem, but if you think of electric vehicle, in electric vehicle vibration, when the car is not running, car is static, you don't want any kind of vibration. So many electric vehicle, they have this type of motor, and also there is a continuous effort to improve the performance. So what we are proposing a different types of structure. The stator, we have actually two-stage stator coil. So anyway, we have got some new development based on which we have a patent in Australia. So we have two types of structure. One stator structure along with another stator structure which is physically or mechanically displaced from the original stator structure. And then we are switching it on with a time division displaced. So what is happening, instead of one coil which the current is going off, we are making another coil in the another stator, the current goes on. Because of that, there is no time where there is completely current off, and the ripple that way you can reduce drastically. So that's what we have proposed. But because of that, you have got another extra layer, extra stator coils. And because of that, your system become a little bit more complicated, and also it will be expensive. But so it will not be low cost applications where performance is better. Definitely this will be a good choice. So we are actually currently working with a company, and of course, I mean, to make it a commercially viable, we need some infrastructure, which at the moment we do not have, but that's what we are looking for. So we have tests set up in our university for testing the performance, and also some of the things we have made at our university. So for example, the control board. This control board has got two sets of inverters, because we have got two sets of stator coil, and the switching delay, all these things have been implemented. This control board can operate a motor which is 48 volt, 50 ampere driver. So these are the small motors, even though small, but they are actually power-wise, they're quite significant because they run at very high speed. So it operates around 15,000 to 20,000 RPM. And because of that small size motor, they can be actually more than a kilowatt of motor. Initially very difficult for a conventional electrical engineers to think of that this little motor can be 1 kilowatt. But because, as you know, that power is actually torque times omega. So even though torque is very small, but your omega is significantly high, and that's what this gives significant amount of power. So this is our fabrications we have done in-house. This is almost 2 kilowatt motor. So if you see the result, what we have got so far, there is a significant current drop because of the ripple significantly decreased. because of the ripple decrease, we have seen for the same amount of power, the current consumption has reduced almost 13%. And that, of course, the current consumption means your battery life also extended by kind of 10% or so. So this is very important for electric vehicle. So think of that, if you are able to go 600 kilometer, now if you can reduce the current consumption by 10%, that means you can reach around 660 kilometer. So in that type of applications is very, very important, because when it is electric vehicle, one of the problem for long distance travel is that how do you get charge of the battery very quickly. So in some applications where your distance is not so high, where you must have charge, but somewhere you can increase like a 20% or so, it can actually help a lot to have a single charge to cover the distance what you are able to go with this type of motors. So we have actually operated the motor at different speed, 10,000 RPM, 13,000 RPM, 16,000 RPM, and we can see that our motor, that's what we have done so far, is not the optimum design. The manually we have manufactured, but we can see that the vibration has significantly reduced. So of course, there is much more we need to do, and that's what we can do when we have everything fabricated with the help of machine. So with that, I will conclude. So effectively, we are working on different types of sensor, IoT-enabled systems. Actually, I also teach one course on IoT, and currently I'm busy for writing a book on that. We are also working on the drones related applications. We have a big project going on drones, and we have to make the commercial based prototype for the battery transfer. And we are working on swarm robots, effectively learning from nature, and then of course the motors. So with that, I will conclude, and I'll be happy to take any questions or comments from you. Thank you. Yeah, please feel free to ask any questions if you have, or if you don't have, you can write to me or email.
Is there any questions from the audience? Anybody?
Thank you to Professor Subhash Mukherjee. We are very much enlightened having this. Audible? No. We are enlightened very much for the application of drone IoT. That is an emerging state-of-art technology. Although the presentation, it appears the presentation is not, that means technically in detail, but still it will give the insight. The overview of the presentation gives insight, the ideas of the forthcoming development of the forthcoming development by the researchers in Indian context. So in that respect, I invite the audiences to raise the questions to Professor Mukherjee, and I think she will be able to give answers online. If anybody you have or feel interest. No questions. So.
Professor Mukhopadhyay, this is Amitabh here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is there any questions? I did not get anything.
So, Subhash, I'd like to know that you have carried out that multi-robot coordination in the swarm robotics. So, for that, in multi-robot coordination, how many robots currently are successfully being able to collaborate among each other? Till now.
So, we actually fabricated 15 robots. At the moment, we have done up to 6 robots. because we have a little bit of issue of the space for the experiment, because there are some issues on the aggregation power relationship. So we are looking for some little bit bigger space to validate using more robots. So at the moment we have done up to 6 robots, because our robot is a little bit bigger. It's like almost 1 feet to almost like around 8 centimeter. So almost like 12 centimeter by 8 centimeter is the size of the robot. So it's not very small. And the reason is that we want to do some mechanical work, not just making some kind of fun things. And that's what our robot is a little bit bigger, and mechanically they are very strong. So we have done up to 6 robots, but we have the plan to do more, up to 15. So we have got 15 robots fabricated, but we have done up to 6 robots.
Yeah, I've seen that the configuration looks very impressive. The last question is that in some such multi-robot coordination, what we can see that at some point of time, maybe it's like a relay race. Say maybe six robots are working together up to a certain point. Then the responsibility of the job is handed over to the next set of 6 robots. So in your situation, is it like that, or is it from the very beginning, if it is for 6 robots, those 6 robots are actually taking care of the entire job among themselves? I mean, at any point of time.
At the moment, we have not done any kind of mechanical work. What we are doing, so one of the things which we are doing is that aggregating or not doing certain things. So they have got similar algorithm inside. So there is nothing. The only thing is that they avoid each other. So we have camera. So they will not avoiding the obstacle. So they will treat other robot as an obstacle and use the camera not to hit each other. But they want to aggregate at certain place. But of course, I mean, as you have seen that we are pulling something, but those type of things we will see that how they can do together, like the way ant or bees they do. So that's what the plan. But then of course, because we have a colleague who is from biology, and he wants to look for the nature aspect, but we are engineers, we have to think of some engineering applications. So my student who is actually doing PhD in this combined area, we would like to do some kind of engineering application. So at this stage, we are not sure what we'll do, but we plan next year we'll be doing something on engineering.
Thank you. I think the configurations that you have shown are very interesting ones, definitely. So it was really very interesting for all of us sitting here. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody has got any idea on different types of simulations, now we have the platform. So even though it's a small platform up to 15 robots, but still we can actually verify and validate some of the algorithms which are already reported. So that's what we are planning, that okay, we'll first validate the reported algorithms, and then we can see whether we can extend it to engineering applications.
Thank you.
Any question?
Next. Good morning, Professor. I had one question. Is there any solution for an edge case? Let's say the command system fails, or let's say the main robot out of the 6 robot fails. How would the situation be dealt with after that? Let's say among 6 robots, one of the main robot fails. Is there any system to still carry on the task? Or let's say the entire command system fails. Is there further situations where the 6 robots can themselves calibrate and start maintain the situation? Like, is there any fallback for that? Basically, when the command system fails or the main robot fails, the other robots, can they take care of the task?
Could you please repeat that? I did not get.
Let's say in a situation where the main robot fails or the command system fails, can the rest of the robots or the 6 robots still take care of the task?
Actually, at the moment, we are not giving any command. So what actually happened we have developed algorithm. So if you think of that algorithm is like in a space robot is moving, they all have the same algorithm. So it's like a kind of heuristic algorithm. We are not communicating with the robot. Okay. Now, only thing what they have is the camera take the image and then decide whether there is an obstacle and avoid the obstacle. And the idea is that they will be aggregating. That means they are randomly moving, but they will come to an area where they will all group together. So it may be, you may say that they will form the cluster. So there is no communications. Only they could see is the image, camera based environment.
Let's say if the robot with the image, the task, which has the task of image and video generation and all those stuff, if that robot fails, or is it like every robot has a camera and it creates some scenes and sends those scenes?
Yeah, every robot has camera. They have two camera, one in the front, one in the back. So they could see we using the camera. Also, we have some IR sensor, but there is no communication between the robots. So think of the ants. How the ant communicate, we don't know. Okay. So we are trying to mimicking the ants things or bees.
Thank you, sir.
We might be able to communicate, introduce communications when we bring it to completely engineering sense. But at the moment, we are not doing engineering sense.
Hello. Professor, I am Korobi from Kharagpur, IIT Kharagpur. Good morning. So you have shown one measurement with the pH, and I could found that it is not monotonous, means your curve was dipping after some time. So how you are thinking of solving this problem?
Actually, the result what I showed to you little bit old, but today I got some result from my student, which is much better. Which is acidic one. I don't want to actually show it to you. Acidic one has got a different slope, and the base one has got a different slope. So values are different. So the resistance what we see in the base region is higher than acidic region. And so it is much more monotonous. So I think we are thinking of repeatability. We just want to see that it repeats. And then, of course, how many times we can use with the same sensor.
Okay, so the sensors you are using is some polymer coated sensors, or is some sensors we have fabricated with that interdigitized capacitive sensors?
The sensor is interdigital capacitor, but we designed it on paper. And then, of course, there is a functionalized selective chemical.
Okay, so you have imbibed some chemicals on that to make.
Yeah, so it's a pH selective chemicals. Otherwise, you cannot, because this interdigital sensor, they will give you change of capacitance for any kind of dielectric material. So you will not be able to selectively detect the parameter of interest.
But if you do that, then the sensor cost will go high. And one more question, for paper-based sensors, how can you reusable? Can it be reusable?
No, this is the challenge. You cannot actually reuse this type of sensor if it is made from paper. So the whole idea of making from paper is the low cost, so you can use and throw.
Yes, no, I won't go to the debate. Actually, the problem of use and throw is again the calibration is a big issue over there. Anyway, that's a good.
Yeah, that's the issue everybody knows.
No, yes.
But that's the challenge.
That's
so
the challenge.
if you have something you want to use outside applications where Either you cannot throw it or you cannot actually send people to change. Then you have to have non-contact type.
Yes.
But non-contact type, you cannot do some kind of chemical or bio type of sensing. So the problem at this stage is that if you want to make as a very cheap sensor use and throw, it is only possible either domestic applications or laboratory-based applications.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
So this we are looking for the domestic applications. For example, if you want to monitor somebody's health, okay, so you don't need to reuse. You can use the urine, or we are not asking blood. We are asking urine or maybe saliva, and you can use, measure, and throw. So that's why we are looking for low cost.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mukherjee, for your valuable lectures, giving valuable time. And you are satisfied, by all audiences satisfied after answering the very important questions raised by the audiences. So thank you very much. And we are also delighted for your lectures. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Mukhopadhyay. Thank you for your lecture. Sir, I will get back to you after the conference is over. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you everyone and have a nice day and enjoy the conference.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Now, I also thank Polash Kundu sir for chairing the session. And I would like to request Poti sir, Umesh Chandra Poti sir, to hand over a memento, a token of appreciation to Polash sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. So our next session or the next lecture, keynote, will be delivered by Amitabh Chatterjee, sir. So this session or this lecture will be chaired by Professor Umesh Chandra Poti, sir. Sir, please, you take over the session, and you are the session chair for this session, sir.
Thank you very much.
put it here. Just so there's a hello. Can you all hear me? Is it working?
So, good afternoon to all of you. This is the first keynote talk, and it will be by Professor Amitabh Chatterjee. In fact, he's a good friend of mine as well. Giving little bit insight into his career journey, academic journey. Professor Chatterjee received his BEE, ME, and PhD, all the degrees in electrical engineering from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, India, in 1991, 94, and 2002 respectively. In 97, he joined Department of Electrical Engineering, Jadavpur University, as a faculty, where he is currently serving as professor. He is a recipient of the Japanese government scholarship in 2003 and a recipient of the Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, JSPS, postdoctoral fellowship in 2004. In 2004 and 2009, he visited University of Paris, France, and in 2017, he visited University of Paris. In fact, there are two universities there as an invited professor. Dr. Chatterjee became a fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, FNAE, in 2018. He is a fellow of IEEE, a fellow of the Institution of Engineers, a senior member of IEEE, and a life member of Operational Research Society of India. Dr. Chatterjee's research interests include systems and control, signal and image processing, AI and ML, intelligent instrument, and robotics. Dr. Chatterjee has co-authored two and co-edited as well, all published by spiritual publishers. He presently serves or has served in the past as an associate editor-in-chief of IEEE Transaction on Instrumentation and Measurement, an editor of IEEE Transactions on Vehicular Technology and Learning Applications of Artificial Intelligence, an associate editor of IEEE Sensor Journal, IEEE Open Journal of Instrumentation and Measurement, ISA Transactions Journal, that is of Elsevier, and Control Engineering Practice Journal, and Artificial Life and Robotics. He has authored or co-authored more than 220 technical articles, 131 international journal papers. This includes 49 papers in IEEE Transactions Journal, Letters or Magazine, and 49 papers Elsevier Journal. Dr. Chatterjee is recognized in world ranking of top 2% scientists from India in the field of artificial intelligence and processing, published by scientists from Stanford University 2021, 22, and 23, both in lifelong category and in single year category as well. And in 2004 and 2005 in lifelong career category also. He has served as jury member of IEEE Transaction on Instrumentation and Measurements Best Paper Award Committee 4 times, but adjured the outstanding editor of IEEE Transactions on Instrumentation and Measurement 5 times, a top editor of IEEE Transactions on Technology 5 times, and an outstanding associate editor of IEEE Journal of Instrumentation and Measurement. Many outstanding words are here, and expect that talk which delivered will meet your expectation and will be an outstanding one as well. Over to Professor Chatterjee.
Thank you, Professor Poti. I hope everybody can hear me. So at the outset, I'd like to thank Professor Poti, Dr. Chatterjee, Dr. Kaur, and they associated with INSTCon 2026 who are the organizers of the EC department and the EE department. And I'm very happy that to all of you, thank you for having me here. It is also my great pleasure. It is also my great pleasure and honor that I'm here. Is it okay? It's also my great pleasure and honor to be present here and to deliver this lecture before an august audience and a very engaging audience comprising the young faculties and the researchers of the coming time. So the topic that I shall be can be heard from. Possible here on this side, maybe? Sir. So, okay, let me continue. So the topic that I shall be discussing today is called Next Generation Robotics for Healthcare Applications. The next one. So these are some standard disclaimers that I put up every time I deliver a talk. I think we can flip over that. Go to the next one. So before into the next generation of robotics, one has to first understand, because robotics came in the wake of industrial revolution. So what is the history of industrial revolution? How can we go through that? So if we look through the progression of industrial revolution, Industry 1.0 came in around 1800. And if I am not mistaken, it was precisely sometime around 1780 when it first happened. And if you look at that, it is essentially the mechanical engineering that came first. Along with mechanical engineering came water and steam powers. And after Industry 1.0, it was again 100 years down the line when Industry 2.0 came. When Industry 2.0 came, this was the time when electrical engineering emerged. And electrical engineering, electrical power, and the line, they came into existence. So the first two engineering domains that came into existence were mechanical engineering and electrical engineering. Now it is said that India were not able to utilize the full potential or full opportunity of either Industry 1 or Industry 2.0. Why? Because we were under British rule. Industry 3.0, that happened again 100 years down the line. Around 2000 is written here, it's around 1980, mid-80s, where actually Industry 3.0 first came into prominence. And that was the time when electronics, automated production, electronics, computers, they came. So this was the time when India and China, they surged ahead because of the of human better. Again, Industry 4.0, that came in 2010, around 2010. Now, if you minutely observe, you will find that Industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, they were happening at a gap of 100. But now the gap is shortened. 10 years down the line, what did Industry 4.0 tell us? That was the time when cyber physical systems, IoT, networking came into place. The first thing that was mentioned is that everything in the world, there is nothing that is working in isolation. So maybe a day will come here when this particular this portal will have an IP address. Rightfully, have an IP address, I shall have an IP address. The privacy issues, secrecy issues, all things are debated, but industry is actually growing in that frightening speed. Then came 2020, 10 years down the line. See how fast the then came Industry 5. Industry 5.0 told us that before Industry 5.0, people always thought that as if some situations robots are going to snatch being. This was the first time officially accepted, recognized that human and robot, they are not going to operate in. There can be a possible collaborative. So human-robot collaboration was officially considered to be an avenue which will now come from the second branch or third of research in this. And there will be cognition, there will be customer. Along with that, when robot all collaborating together, they will take the next step towards higher form industrial revolution. So taking that basic understanding of industrial revolution, if you look at the robot operating modes, how does it happen in human collaboration? When it first started coming into prominence, you must have heard the films like Terminators, Cyborg. Any of you? Those were coming in which time? During the time those came? 1980s, mid-80s, early 90s, something like that. That was the time people thought that the robots can do anything and they can do. But gradually it was found that even to have the complexity child a human being in a robot. So then people started understanding that if robots operate in purely autonomous mode, there will probably be limited scope of action. But if you can carry out a little bit of hand-holding by the human being, and how that hand-holding, robots get tired. So for repetitive jobs, maybe it is the robot which is better than a human being. But still for some station, the human better than robots. So that kind of hand-holding in decision will probably help in human-robot collaborating. And there can be wider application in industrial, in research, everywhere for this. So that was the time when people started gradually realizing in last 15 years or so that human and robot collaborating together is much better idea than human in isolation. So if you look at the basic structure of human-robot collaboration, it's like any robotics team where we know that there are sensors. Sensors essentially work like the being. Based on the information that we capture using our eyes and ears, we make some decisions. When we make some decision, for that we need some learning methods. And then the actuators are like our hands and legs. Actually, the work that we want to do based on that decision making. But when collaborative robotics came, then this additional block came called the collaborative strategies. How can human and robot collaborate? When the human will come into prominence, when the robot will come into prominence. That kind of decision making will be carried out in this. So this is the time when people started understanding that robotics will have a huge role to play for mankind. So now if we have, what are the different areas in which mankind work, it can improve the human. It can improve or ensure the worker safety because now the worker and the robot, they are working in the same field together, maybe very close to each other. And there is promoting environmental stability. You know how important is in these. But our emphasis really is more in the first two parts. So if you make a further breakdown, then these are the application domains. These are the application domains in which robots are currently working. Collaborative robotics, robots. There are people that robots are utilizing in agricultural domain, environmental domain, space exploration, society and caregiving, and of course the original form of robotics in manufacturing. That is always there. But along with that, now there is a very, very important issue, that is medical and healthcare robotics. I think a couple of years back, same department, I talked in great detail about the collaborative robot which we have been working for the last 10 years, giving a very great detailed whatever the works that we were doing. This time I thought that let us discuss about something important and probably going to be more important next 20 days, the way I look at it, the medical and the health. So if you look at medical and healthcare robotics, let us first have a very overview the area we tackled by medical care robotics. And then we'll have some examples in middle category of detailness at how those actual intelligence part in the robot. So there are three main verticals nowadays in health when the robotics is being considered. First is that rehabilitation and assistive robotics. How robotics can be an agent, the can be a patient, can be somehow really challenged. How robots can be useful in surgical and medical population. Every day we are feeling that skilled personnel providing us the required medical help. There is great shortage, mainly in developed countries. In developing countries also, for example, China is not developing. China, there is a huge shortage of skilled people who medical attention. In those situations, for example, surgical very, very. And there is hospital automation or service robotics. I shall in particular talk, I shall more concentrate on the first two. So if you look at the rehabilitation and the assistive robotics, essentially there are three parts. Wearable exoskeleton. He has an idea what is an exoskeleton. An exoskeleton is like you are having a third arm or a third leg, and it is a reunion of your upper limb or lower limb, so that if you are carrying out any day-to-day job, part of the can be taken care of by the skeleton. Or if somebody is suffering from some shortage of motion, for example, somebody is suffering from paralysis, stroke patient, how the operation can be regained for a period of time. We'll have some examples of that. So we can have wearable exoskeletons for both lower limb and upper limb. Gait trainers. What are gait trainers? You know the walkers, how they help mainly the elderly people, patients. Gait trainers are something more than the walker. They will actually train you to actually carry out a certain kind of gait that normal people carry out. There can be the third category, gloves. So I can have a glove. What is the objective of the glove? If my fingers are not being able to be moved correctly, proper strength, then the glove will give me that extra strength. It can be again used for a patient. It can be again used for somebody who is lifting day in, day out some heavy objects, can give me support. At the same time, it can also be used for AR/VR. What is AR/VR? Augmented reality. You can have sensors in the gloves. From there, the finger can be mapped in your particular sensor application. So these are the applications what we can have in rehabilitation assistive robotics. When it comes to surgical and medical robotics, there are essentially three areas which are getting very prominent these days. What are these? For example, orthopedic. Orthopedic robots are basically used for joint replacements, hip, knee, or for spinal surgeries. We'll discuss something about that. Laparoscopic or general surgery. Laparoscopic surgery, where nowadays invasive surgery is important. The surgeon will make a very small incision and using some instrumentation, usually some form of camera, some kind of medical imaging will be carried out. And based on that medical imaging and very limited field of view, the surgeon has supposedly very precisely carry out the corresponding. Now, in many situations, probably the rope, and they will do. There can be situations, for example, where such kind of laparoscopic surgery can be used for soft procedure. So, for example, bariatric. Is bariatric? Take out flesh, weight reduction. Usually it happens around the stomach part. Or it can be for colorectal. Colorectal surgery is what kind of a surgery? For recovery of bowel. There can be hernia repair. So these kind of very precise laparoscopic surgery can be carried out if required. And they are being carried out gradually. Neurosurgery, a very, what should I say, very sophisticated field of robotics. Why is it very sophisticated? Neurosurgery requires that the procedure has to be carried out for a sub-millimeter precision. Sub-millimeter, you can understand, less than 1 millimeter. And in that particular amount of brain procedure to be carried out, no nerve, secondary nerve get damaged. Only that portion of your brain which is being damaged. It can also be carried out for cranial. What is a cranial procedure? That you carry out some kind of procedure, some operation in the some brain operation. Carried out very sophisticated doctors. We don't have too many doctors maybe for carrying out those kind of operations. Mostly the developed countries we're having this kind of robot. Hospitals being used, developing countries, maybe very shortly, maybe in near future, we are going to kind of hospital and automation is basically like medication delivery, how to transport your meal, how to release the nurse that the day in, day out work of the nurse can be carried out by the robot, that the nurse is able to only carry out the special instructions given by the doctor, how that can be carried out. So again, as I mentioned, I basically concentrate on. So when I concentrate on first two part, let us talk about in terms of healthcare application, how robotics can be employed for rehabilitation purpose and medical purpose. I have 4. Let me see how much I can cover because I must respect time also. So let me come to example 1. Example 1 I shall come in later, 3 slides later. Just have a look how the upper limb wearable robotic arms, upper limb wearable robotic arm, how it is being built. It's like another arm for it. The main problem with the exoskeleton is that if you want to move the hand, for example, the exoskeleton also has to be. Otherwise, say if you want to move your hand by 5 degrees, exoskeleton only moves by 3 degrees, there is every chance that there will be damage. Either the damage to the human being. So there can be very complicated ways by which I can move my hand, and the exoskeleton has to actually perform those kind of complicated procedures in my action and my problem. So some upper limb wearable robots are available in the market. You can go there and you can buy those kind of applications. One of the very first applications was carried out by UCLA. Okay, in UCLA Bionic Lab, and there were another very important application which is available in the market called LIMPACT, University of Twente and TU Delft. Idea in which country we have these two universities? Netherlands, correct. So you can say I have chosen one from Europe and one from America. So there are many other applications now also available in China also, other parts of the world also. And you can see full limb robotic application. You can see that there is that additional third leg kind of configuration. an autonomous leg exoskeleton, and there are varied kinds of actuators being used. It can be a rigid actuator, it can be a serial elastic actuator called ACA, which is very flexible. There can be winch actuated somewhere, winch actuator. There are varieties of actuators being used in these kind of applications. So with that basic idea, let us go to the first example of rehabilitation robotics. So when we come to rehabilitation robotics, the first example that I shall consider is like robotic, as I've shown here. This exoskeleton, as you can see, the name of the particular application is RLX. Basically, rehabilitation of lower extremity exoskeleton, basically for the legs. What is the problem or what is the solution that we are trying to find? So if I have an exoskeleton for my leg, I have to wear. And say, for example, so first of all, in most situations, the doctor will prescribe that I perform some regular exercise using exoskeleton every day in your leg. For those kind of applications, sometimes taking the information of the sensor from your leg, even in a position to tell from your lower leg portion that where do you want to put the next step, whether here or here. What is the solution? You can tell the exoskeleton, okay, if I'm unable to move my leg, give you the intention, I'll use my hand. I'll put my hand intention like that. And the robot and the exoskeleton will understand that I'm intending to move towards left or to. Now, if I want to put my hand like that, what will happen? How that info go technical? I should have some sense. Usually in those kind of situations, it is the EMG sensor, surface EMG sensor, ACMG sensor. You can have on the surface EMG. The problem is that they are very, very susceptible to the signal changes a lot. Why? Say, for example, in countries like ours, there is humidity, there is sweat. Because of the sweat, the corresponding. There is skin impedance. Skin impedance from each and everybody, that will be different. The calibration will get jeopardized because of that. So from that point of view, people gradually started understanding that can I have some form of indication provided or indicated to the exoskeleton which is not touch-based. Non-contact type information has to be. How can I do that? By utilizing gesture. How to provide how to decode the gesture. The gesture has to be provided like that. I can use my hand here for it. Can you see that there is a small laptop there? So it's like you want to move, and there is a small laptop. Through you show from this is the intention now has to be the camera of the laptop, and from that the gesture what is being conveyed to the camera of the laptop, exoskeleton has to decode that where I want, in which direction, whether I want to climb stairs, whether I want to go left, whether I want to go to the right, and accordingly the actuator take the course of movement. The exoskeleton will move in synchronism with the intention by the being. So it's basically at the core problem, classic gesture detection problem owned by the human hand, and there is a computer will decode. How to decode the gesture? There is a very big algorithm. Let me move over that. Okay, what is done, if you come back once, here you can see at the top, see the original image. Look at the right side. An original image is first being captured. Once the original image is captured, then where is the palm rectangle? By some intelligent algorithm, the palm rectangle. Now we concentrate on the palm crop portion. From where? The corresponding gesture. How is it? If you go to Google, find that the Google engineers developed, they're called mediums. This is being extensively utilized nowadays for identifying gestures. What does it say? What is there inside? Say, for example, if I have to show the gesture, say, for example, the hand gesture will come like that. Just examine your hand. You'll find that there are some temples, isn't it? And if you take the heat amount of electromagnetic energy, radiation coming from the hand, you can see that at these particular points, that the heat is more, signature is more. Look at the red portion. So at your hand, if you look at your hand, there is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 points in every finger. Look at this finger, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we have 5 fingers. 5 into 50. Start from 0, there are 21 points. These 21 points, you can see, you can see from 0, 0 is the starting point. These are the points which have to be mapped. Software, imaging software. And there, depending on the finger shape, finger movement that you carry out, a laptop has to implement an intelligent algorithm to identify what is the corresponding gesture you have shown that is being shown to the particular laptop. So in original media files, they have shown that in this entire hand, this is the most predominant. So if you take out the area between 0, 5, 9, 13, 17, I repeat, 0, 5, 9, 13, 17, it's like a conical shape, isn't it? So by the conical shape area, how it is changing, one can find what is the nature of the particular system. Now, when people, when they implemented this particular system, they that for exoskeleton, this area, practical terms are much. So what did they do? They extended that area. They extended that area, and now the area that they considered is from not from 0 to 5, but 0, 1, 2, 5, 9, 13. The area is bigger. So if I move my fingers like that, the area under that will be changing. For different gesture, changing. When you are moving that, can you see this portion of the finger, this and this, there is an angle between. The angle will change. If you make a gesture like that, what will happen? Angle will be much. So depending on what exactly you execute, you want to say gesture 0 has been identified. Gesture 0 is found. Then after gesture 0, there can be gesture 1. What is gesture 1? That I want to. So then this particular area, this lower area, 0, 1, 2, 5, 9, 13, this is called the inner convex. And the area 0, 1, 2, 3, 6, 10, 14, 18, called the outer convex. Depending on what is the inner convex hull, what is the outer convex, what is the angular movement, one can find out what is the gesture that is being shown to of the exoskeleton. Next one. Now say, these are the different gestures that I showed. Say for example, if you show a gesture like that, an expert system can be developed telling what is the amount of area in the inner convex hull, what is the amount of area in the outer convex, how many fingers are there in the inner convex hull, how many fingers are there in the outer convex hull, and what is the angle. Based on that, a very complicated, not very complicated, but reasonably complicated experts. There were 12 such gestures that they considered. You can see the gestures, step by step walking. Initial right leg step, walking with left leg. So each and every gait, and it was implemented. Once it is implemented, the objective of the experiment is to find out, say for for ankle or hip, carrying that exoskeleton, there's a particular angle of movement. You carry out, you calculate, the system will tell the exoskeleton that move the hip angle by 21 degrees. Move the knee angle of the exoskeleton by 45 degrees. Like that, because when I am moving, my each and every joint angle is a certain value. So it has to be done. The exoskeleton has to be told exactly by which amount I'm going to my feet. Like that. Go to the next one. Now there is a problem. There has some problem. What are the problems with this? Say the zero gesture was like that. And there is another volunteer coming who's a gesture like this. It also looks like zero. It's called the tiger claw, but exactly they are not. How to differentiate that this is not the gesture? If I want to show one, you can see, if I want to show one, look at the bottom row, that is the correct gesture. If somebody shows the OK sign, it is also one finger, but that is not the sign I want to see. Say, for example, 3 fingers like that. One gesture. Somebody shows like that. How to differentiate between the two? So, depending on different volunteers, there can be very hard exceptional situations where the system has to take care of. They have proposed some problem solution for that, but there is a huge scope of further improvement kind of systems. So that was one example how exoskeleton can be used with non-contact type gesture, actually making their life easier, how to move in synchronism with the human. Let us consider another example in medical robotics. That was in rehabilitation robotics. Let me come to the problems of medical robotics. Okay. What are we going to do? We are going to utilize medical robotics for something called echocardiography. We are conversant with electrocardiogram, these things, ECG, EEG, we are conversant with. ECG, basically we are experimenting some electrical signal. What is the objective? Basically to investigate the quality or the state of the. Similarly, echocardiography, instead of investigating the electrical property, echocardiography studies the mechanical properties of the corresponding system. How does it do? It basically utilizes some ultrasound. So ultrasound imaging, ultrasounds are used. How it is being used? You can see that there is an ultrasound probe. The ultrasound probe will be held close to our heart, or it will be in contact with the heart. Ultrasound image taken. And from that ultrasound image, we have to find out what is the condition of the heart presently that is available. Now the problem, and initially those kind of echocardiography were carried out, we had very experienced echocardiographers. Those echocardiographers, or basically the medical staffs, they were almost either doctors or medical staffs, very skilled ones. They can exactly stay in the image echocardiography, ultrasound imaging. Now that ultrasound imaging quality, if that is not correctly carried out, then the final production that will be carried out by the doctor will not be good. Now in many situations, such skilled cardiac sonographer. So what to do in that situation? In that situation, what people did next is that the sonographer will be staying in remote. The human will be staying here, and there will be a robotic system. The sonographer from remote position, he or she will guide the robot how to put that ultrasound probe very near the human and take the image. It takes some time. It is not that one shot taken. Now even have a doctor who can actually perform that, or a sonographer to actually perform that, skilled sonographer for each and every application available. So what is the research being carried out here? You replace the sonographer by system plus an AI agent. We are trying to develop an AI agent here. The AI agent, as you can see, will come and replace the sonographer. So now what will happen? At a remote position, there will be a sonographer agent, no sonographer himself or herself, but an AI agent. That sonographer agent or AI agent will direct the robot how to carry out the. And the entire carrying out will be carried out using something called visual servoing, somewhere written here, visual servoing. So basically from the image that we take, utilizing very sophisticated control algorithms being written on the basis of images, visual servoing can be carried. That is the basic. Now, you can see that along with the ultrasound probe, there is a force sensor. Can anybody tell me what the force sensor is required here? Because it is required that when you have the ultrasound probe, that how much is the force applied on that US probe to get the desired quality of that is coming out of that. Acquisition of a good quality of ultrasound will require a precise amount of force to be provided on the US probe, ultrasound. So you need both the force feedback, also you need the ultrasound. These two feedbacks being taken, those four, that PSAX, PLX, SC and A4, are the four image views utilized in ultrasound imaging. Usually doctors use PSAX mode, that mode is. So from there, it will design or it will determine what is the desired pose. What is meant by that? The doctor say that ultrasound probe is somewhere here. No, take it a little bit down. Take it towards the right. Take it towards the left. Not only that, the probe is like that. The probe can be like that, like that. So not only the position of the probe is important. Another very important point is that the angular position. What is the angular position? Angular orientation dimension. The corresponding three, a 6 degree of 6 quantities have to be. That 6 quantities will determine what is the pose of that US. So not only obtaining that US probe pose is very important. The ultrasound probe is very important. The pose will be determined by that AI agent. That pose of that probe, that pose, that means it is being decided that it has to be at an angle of 45 degree in this direction, 21 degree in that direction. It will be at this point where these angles are carried out. Then a control algorithm. That control algorithm will move that US probe and bring it to. Then the next image will be. So not only the corresponding algorithm will determine the corresponding desired pose control. Along with that, the force control it out. What is the exact amount of provided by this ultrasound? That is also very. So when that force and pose both are obtained, this is called hybrid pose force controller. And this problem is solved using some variety of sophisticated sliding mode. We go to some very sophisticated form of sliding mode where higher dimension sliding manifolds are being utilized. Quasi sliding mode controller uses third variation being utilized here. I'm not going into the details of that. Usually in short time courses or FDPs, discuss the mathematical in detail, but we don't have time here. So you can go, I can only tell that at each component there is a amount of mathematics. So we are not going into the mathematical part. So essentially, as I mentioned, there will be neural networks being used. As you can see, the name, if it is not written here probably, somewhere I was written it, it's not written. This entire thing, this entire solution is developed using deep learning. Deep reinforcement learning. I'm coming to that. So you have two neural networks. One neural network is that UCF net RBF2. What is the job of that particular neural network? Job of that particular neural network is to determine what will be the desired force to be employed by that ultrasound. And there will be another neural network. As you can see, that another neural network is on the top. That is very important. Sorry. And that particular neural network is going to replace the cardiac sonographer. That cardiac sonographer is going to be replaced by an AI agent. The AI agent will be basically a deep reinforcement learning based AI agent. What will it determine? It will determine the desired pose. There will be one neural network for determining the desired force command, and there will be one neural network for determining the desired pose. When those two information come to that HPX, the controller will do what? The controller will issue very precise control signals so that precise amount and angular position, orientation of the corresponding probe. What is the objective? We should try and obtain an exact clear image of the heart as minimum number of iterations, and the quality of the image should be as good as possible. That is the basic. So this is the overall architecture again, where the cardiac sonographer want to replace by the AI agent. You can understand that how sophisticated these kind of systems can be. It has the ultrasound, it has signal processing, it has image processing, it has machine learning, it has control. So everything is there. And it has a robot, which means the electromechanical system is there. So at least 7 branches of engineering all are contributing for coming up with this. So the point is, how do if I have a deep neural network based system, I need to train it. If I can train the neural network properly, then only my neural network will do the job that I want out of that. How can I train it? How would this be developed? I have a robot. That the human body actually acts as a volunteer, it comes at a much, much later stage. What is done is that there is a cardiac. What is a cardiac phantom? A cardiac phantom is something, an equipment which mimics. I have a cardiac phantom, and that cardiac phantom is utilized for performing any experiment that we want. How do we do that? So if I have a cardiac phantom, this is replacing the heart. And ultrasound probe is coming. So I will put some pressure on that particular cardiac phantom. And for that particular pressure, for that particular pose, an image will be acquired. The point is, this cardiac phantom itself is a very, very sophisticated equipment. You cannot put too much pressure on that cardiac phantom itself. So you cannot use it for 10,000 patients. So first, but for deep learning, you need about 1 lakh data. How can you do that? You can have, say for example, for a particular position of the pose, some images being acquired from cardiac phantom. Now for that particular pose of that ultrasound US probe, for each and every ultrasound probe, there are 4 parameters which are also very important. These are depth, these are gain, power, and dynamic. So 20 sets of such depth, gain, power, dynamic range. We have, as you can see, 20 neural networks. And from 20 neural networks, you generate quality. Along with that, there is a fuzzy system being implemented. I'm not going into detail of that. What is done, for each probe, some images are being captured. These are low quality images of 224 by 224. Then there is something called SRGAN. What is GAN? What can be GAN? General Adversarial Network. Basically used where? This is the sickle point where generative AI. General Adversarial Network, GAN, is used essentially for generating. So utilizing 224 by 224 low quality images, ILQ, we generate some high quality. So maybe about 1 lakh data is being created, 1 lakh images are being created, where actually the cardiac phantom is only experimented for 10,000. So when these high quality images are generated, they are of size 512 by 500. So we started from 224 by 224 images. From there, we arrive at 512 by 500 images, which are high quality. And then those high quality images are used for the visual. From those images, we generate that how much is the desired pose, how much that has to be. So this is the entire system that is being implemented with utilizing that deep reinforcement learning. When deep reinforcement learning is used, reinforcement learning does what? It utilizes something called critic-actor network. The World Cup is... So we can give an example of the World Cup. Say players are playing in the field. So they are playing the role of... They are actually performing some action. And there is the coach outside the playing ground. The coach is playing the role of the critic. So if the corresponding move carried out by the players, if that is good, then the coach will evaluate that, and the training, they will further reinforce upon. That means they will provide some reward. But if the corresponding action taken by the actor, if that is not good, some punishment has to be carried out. Who that? So critic evaluates the action taken by the actor network and proposes some model. Then the actor actually... Essentially what is happening? Take the example of football field. You are actually learning basically based on the data. What is the data? The action that you have. The entire system carries out that of a deep reinforcement learning based training, so that finally, if I can come to this particular slide, look at this. This is the final system. From that heart, there is some data coming in form of that IUS, that is the ultrasound image. From that ultrasound image, it goes through different neural networks. It goes to the CSNet, cardiac sonographer. From the cardiac sonographer, follow the blue curve. You are coming to XD. XD is the desired. Similarly, follow the red or the orange curve. This is the force being calculated from the actual. From the ultrasound image itself, the second neural network that determines, look at again, follow on the left-hand side, that corresponding orange curve. It is generating the desired. So FD and XD, desired pose, desired force created by the neural. Then it is the job of the entire system that there are two high-level controllers for desired pose and desired force. And there is a low-level controller. What is the low-level controller? The low-level controller designs the entire sliding motor. So that at the output, look at the right-hand side, there is those who are conversant with control. Must be the control. That control U is being generated here. Based on that, what will happen in the robots? The velocity screws will undergo the velocity changes. Again, a new image will be taken. And very, very shortly, very few iterations, you will be able to grab an image clear by which I can actually get and understand how the robot, how the heart of the, essentially getting the mechanical property. This was the entire experiment that was being implemented. See, for example, that brown box, this brown box, cardiac phantom. And from the cardiac phantom, you can see the ultrasound probe working on. Ultrasound probe is connected to which part? The robot arm. And from that robot arm, you can see that OptiTrack, there are some markers placed because we have to know for training purpose, what are the actual poses. To obtain the actual pose of the ultrasound probe, there are 4 markers, the markers being shown here. So when the entire system is first implemented for generation of the images, why the images were being generated synthetically? As I mentioned, the deep learning network can train on that. Huge amount of data to be generated by generative AI. When that is done, you can see when the when the low quality images are generated, look at the benchmark. They are quite different from. But low quality images, when they were at higher generative AI, the high quality images, look at the high quality images for all 5 cases compared to the real one, very close to each other. That means the network is quite well for this particular system. But remember, the deep learning network will only is being only here in offline situation. In online situation, when the entire system is finally implemented, trained network, this was in offline situation. Some examples in online situation will come now. This is the online situation. When in the online situation, can you see that when we started, look at the k is equal to 0th iteration. The original ultrasound image I am supposed to get is RUS, but actually I am getting the image from the probe is that one on the left hand side. Good. But when we arrive at k is equal to 400, look at this image. There, this is the ideal one, and that is the one that we have got from the generative AI finally, and from the visual surveying, that data is. So what is being shown here finally, with several experiments are being carried out. You can come to this particular slide. It shows that, look at that red line. The red line shows that there was a remote cardiac sonographer. The remote cardiac sonographer was able to obtain the results, say about 80 seconds, to obtain the true view. Whereas the AI agent of net was able to achieve it in 60. But again, I think extensive experimentation is required, using huge amount of data from different cardiac phantom, and then only probably people for actual testing. This particular system is still working on the cardiac phantom, but in next 10 years, be rest assured such system here in action. So I think I must respect time. Professor Vishwas is here. I had 2 more examples, but I can skip those examples. I knew that I won't be able to. This is one particular application which is available in market. Please go into the internet and find that there is a rehabilitation robot called BRH, directly available in market to buy, which can be, you have to spend $1,000 or $1,000 for that. If you are able to do that, please buy one for you. I mean, require it at all. I hope, God forbid, you don't require it. So I don't go into the detail of that. Again, it will take 1 more hour for explaining all these things. Example 3. And there was another example for, you can see, this is the kind of that people are using. This was for hemiplegia patients. Paraplegia and hemiplegia, you have struck by paralysis. Hemiplegia is essentially when one side of your body is struck by paralysis. And when both sides are paraplegia. So paraplegia is more difficult for rehabilitation part to take care of. So with the human trial, how is it being carried out? And in medical robotics, I had 1 more example, but I will not go into the detail of that. That there will be called pelvic fracture reduction surgery, very, very specific surgery, because pelvic surgery, they only 3% of the total number of fractures that take place in the world. But the problem is that when pelvic surgery, pelvis is this of our human being, there are major organs here, and there is any problem in that region, the mortality can go up. The amount of people can die out of it. So very specific pelvic fracture reduction surgical, but it is actually implemented in a hospital basically. But I don't go into the detail of that. Because I need some time to explain each and everything that was being presented here. But these kind of systems are coming up in great detail in near future. So if I look at the road ahead, What is the road ahead? Most probably, you will find that in robot-assisted surgery, you will find ambulatory surgeries coming up in abundance in real world. And by that, you will find that the robots are available in small centers where people will come, carry out their corresponding procedures, surgical procedure, pain management, and go back to their home in one day. No admission. So very precise operation carried out. Time will be very less. The financial role that will be incurred by the patient will also. Similarly, for rehabilitation and assistive robotics, it is presumed that there will be more number of AI-driven wearable devices that will come into play, and the intelligence level will go up and up and up and up, where then neither you nor I know. Similarly, for autonomous hospitals. So finally, to sum up, so this is the team that has been working with us for the last 10 years. But generally, they work more in the collaborative. I have not talked today. You can go to internet to find out what are the works that they are doing. And Professor Rokhe remains our mentor. He fortunately died back, premature death, but he remains our. Thank you. If there is any question? Sorry, I could not go through example 3 and 4, but it takes time. I knew that it will be.
So, in fact, a speaker gets satisfied when he gets questions, because you understand that the audience has understood that. So, there are multiple. Let us take few.
In gesture controlled application, medical, what you have demonstrated, that means there is a confusing gestures, one presentation, one slide. Confusing gestures is the drawbacks of the training.
At least you won't be confused while asking the question.
Huh?
Not be confused while asking the question.
No. The question is very clear.
We
that
can
means,
joke because my colleague actually.
Confusing gestures. Why confusing gestures occurs, that already demonstrated in that slide. That is why now there is a need for this type of application. The patient must go for the standardized gesture for different emotional actions. Standardized gesture means there may be a different presentation by the patient to indicate one unique emotional effect or emotional cause. So how this can be, that's why for training in neural networks or like the deep learning method, gestures must be identified, that is coded uniquely. What is the accuracy practical application? Otherwise, this will create the problem.
Yeah, I got your question. This remains a very hot area of debate in gesture recognition.
Yes.
Because whenever a human is actually showing a gesture, what is happening for 10 people cannot show the same gesture very similarly, identically. So false positive. Now the point is that whenever people write their research papers, they always beat their own drum and they will say that 95% accuracy has been obtained. But if you perform some perturbation in those kind of gestures, the performance is going to bound to come.
As well as
that is my experience over the years.
As well as the patient has a different demography for the world. So Indian patient will present one emotion in a different way.
The idea for these kind of systems is that if you want to implement in a particular hospital, if you want to utilize for a particular patient care system, then utilize volunteers from that particular installation also.
Yes.
That particular facility only. Because otherwise, when you calibrate it in India, when you go to America, those kind of calibrations will not work.
Definitely not. So that is the limitations of this
That is
application.
that remains a very hot area of challenge
Gesture-
in solving these kind of problems.
Gesture control.
But some steps have been taken in the right direction. We can only hope that in next 20 years or even 10 years probably, that more and more such steps will be taken in the right direction.
And the training is needed
Problem
for the
will always be there. Challenges will always be there.
training is also needed for the different types of the patient. Those who are normal patient and those who have a disability.
No, actually, those are essentially made for people having some disability. I mean, those who are having their motor functions, biological motor functions compromised. So actually, to compensate for that compromising the biological motors, these kind of systems are more popularly employed generally in healthcare application. These applications for people, those who are actually working with healthy people, for those kind of situations, the kind of applications are little less. That's what my understanding is.
But what do you think? That is 80% problem could be solved by this method.
That's what people anticipate.
Anticipate.
Till now, when people are saying that 90%, reality probably 60 to 70% maybe.
Okay.
Getting it up to 80% in real world in varied situation is a great challenge. Will remain a great challenge in near future. That's what again my understanding is.
Okay, thank you.
There is nobody has actually clearly mentioned it anywhere. Any more questions?
I will have just a quick question. You are showing the skeletons, but the rigid rope is risky because we are soft. And so I think soft robotics can solve.
These are actually soft robotics. Actually, I have not mentioned that. The actuators here are mostly that electric actuators. The elastic actuators are there. That means between that actual joint and the motor, there is an elastic connection, and that elastic connection can cope with the actual. Otherwise, there is every possibility that the joint may break down.
Soft robotics that material is not the joint.
That is another part. That is another part. That means that you are talking about the link. The link, actually, these examples have actuators being serial elastic, actuators flexible, but their links are rigid. Example. But it's absolutely true because our bodies have to actually, it has to take the shape of that. So there is a huge scope of that. In this particular talk, I have not covered that. That is another area of huge research with huge potential.
That's very challenging.
That is even more challenging than this one. First you
yes.
carry out this one, then you go to that particular area. Even more very difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more question.
Good afternoon, Prof. Great presentation. I just had one doubt regarding AI agent-based solution. It was mentioned that low quality images were sent to the and high quality images were, but say is there any work or a threshold that quality the low quality image, lots of noise, that it can't be sent to the GAN, so that creator of the GANs start generating certain things that are not useful. Like
That will depend on the quality of your general real network. This purpose, basically, you have 224 by 224 pixels. From there, you are generating 500 by 500, basically interpolating. So the quality of images that you feed to the system and your discriminator model, how do you develop your discriminator model? Discriminator model is very good. Then you're generating, in each and every block, there is a huge scope of improvement, and there are huge varied sources of challenges that one will come across, has to solve in near. What you have pointed out is one of those challenges. What Madam has pointed out is another challenge. These challenges are still there. Nobody has actually zeroed down on exactly the kind of solution that one. But unless you take 2 steps forward, how can you go or beyond? It's not possible. What I am discussing here is the kind of state of the art is being available with us, that is being with us for the last 1 or 2 years. In all probability, further development will happen and further stabilization is required. but these are very exciting schemes. I thought that why don't you share it?
So thanks a lot.
Any more questions?
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, as you mentioned in rehabilitation, that we use our arms. Can we revert and the arm for the moment?
Possible. It depends on where is the problem. Here it is. You are developing an exoskeleton for the lower arm, na? That means you have assumed that the problem is with the lower arm only, the upper arm is intact. But you are saying the other thing, that the upper arm is damaged, having some problem, why don't I utilize the lower arm? That can also be possible. But then this algorithm will not work, because this algorithm is dependent on what? Hand gesture. If you are unable to move your hand, how can you show the gesture? Some other problem, some other solution will come.
Or we are working in put figures for their movement as you so that different angles with the different.
Problem is that if you are going to show the gesture with the lower your arm, it is much easier to show. Problem lies more. What I feel question is that that problem will be challenging in real world. And how much do you change your leg position so that you can actually indicate to the computer that different gesture? Difficult problem.
Thanks, sir. Thank you for
I
your
fully
time.
understand. I fully appreciate. I think I am yet to come across a solution which has taken because it's a
Hello, sir.
Please be seated.
Okay, thank you. So, my name is Edward M. Cole. I'm from Siksha and Zandandem University, Baniswa. And let me firstly appreciate you for the presentation. It was very educative. And my attention has been drawn to some of the positive impacts of robots when it comes to the health sector. I'm from Africa, and some of these technologies are just being welcomed newly to our continent. So I'm very privileged to be here, at least to get some of the idea, not in depth, you know. So my question now is, how can we correct this or myths that usually goes around that says, based on this improvement of technologies in health sector, you know, it's about to take away jobs from people. There were predation made from now to 2030 that there will be 30 billions of jobs that will be taken from normal human beings because of the innovation of robots. And we are seeing that robots have more positive impact, especially you mentioned some procedures. So I just want to get a clear understanding from you, sir. Thank you.
My understanding of your point is very, very point and very important. Still, there is a possibility that the match the job. Second point is that when develop, say for example, you can take the case of medical ethics. In medical field, that you have doctor skill level, or if you have medical staff who provide you that skill. So I do not presume that there will be. Till now, people are discussing that in many situations, poor country, it's still not a situation. But in many developed countries, they do not have any skilled people. In those situations, this kind of definitely. But if you have access to medical practitioner, skilled medical staff, still there will be still some robot, but the volume is come up and actually in real world take the place person, it's my apprehension take a long. Till that time, at danger of the technology development, these kind of are in manufacturing problems there can actually solve problems. Time will probably come, but time will come. That's what my understanding. Any more questions?
So, Professor Chatterjee is there. Got any? You can. No time. You can mail him. Happy to. And as I was expecting, outstanding in completely state of the art and appropriate coming over this student time. Thank you very much. And now the time to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Amitabh Chatterjee. It was a very informative session for us. Now may I request Professor Umesh Chandrapati, sir, present a small token of appreciation to our distinguished.
Smile.
Now may I request Professor Poonam Singh ma'am to felicitate Professor Umesh Chandrapati, sir, with a small token of appreciation for chairing the.
Sure.
Now we are moving to the second keynote for the day by Professor Karabi Viswas ma'am from IIT Kharagpur. Now may I request Professor Poonam Singh ma'am to chair the session.
Thank you. So right now we had a very active session with Professor Amitabh Chatterjee, and it was very informative also. So I would like to add something to it. This about the last question, the robotic surgery, it is not done by robots only. The robots are handled by doctors. Normally, actually my daughter is a surgeon, so I know about it. And they do the surgery for 8 to 10 hours continuously standing. So most of the surgeons have some problems in their legs. So this robotic surgery helps them to sit and do the surgery, but robots are continuously monitored by the doctors. They cannot do the surgery. So this type of invention in biomedical instrumentation has helped both doctors as well as patients a lot. Now we see minimal invasive surgery, that is laparoscopy or this robotic surgery. So there is minimal cut on the patient and they are doing it. So this is all possible because of the advancement in instrumentation. Okay, so thanks to all the instrumentation for that. And the next topic is going to be a very interesting one on the topic, white poison in your glass, a lab-to-market device for detecting adulterated milk. And this will be delivered by Professor Karabi Viswas from IIT Kharagpur. Professor Viswas received her BTech and PhD degrees from IIT Kharagpur in 1992 and 2000 respectively. and MTech degree from Jadavpur University in the year 2000. She is currently a professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Kharagpur. Her research interest in sensor development, implementation system design, and fractional order system. She is widely recognized for pioneering the realization of low-cost, enable fractional order elements and for advancing their application sensing, signal processing, and circuit design, including fractional order differentiators, integrators, and filters. Her multidisciplinary research spans electrical engineering, material science, physics, and with a long-term goal of developing practical and commercially viable fractional order devices. Professor Biswas is the recipient of Friedrich M. Bessel Research Award from the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, Germany, and the AICTE Career Award for Young Teachers. She also served as a Boyce Coast Fellow, reflecting her contribution to international research collaboration and innovation. In addition, she serves as an associate editor of the IEEE Journal and the International Journal of Circuit Theory and Application, and has guest edited specialist fractional orders. Let's be a round of applause for Professor B. Vish.
Thank you. I'm audible. And nice introduction. My privilege to talk in front of teacher, also in front of my students. My supervisor auditorium. White poison in class. Actually, I started this work PhD. So from there, we have come to this. We can carry it and detect adulteration. So I'll just be not very big area. I'll come that what we have done, develop. So, content, I hope now it's being talked in many media also of adult India, because when I was coming by train, they're also saying that they have a very strict commissioner, and he is every day throwing away lots of paneer and milk because takes and that there are some adulteration. And the first question comes from there that the adulteration, the production of milk is less than the product that consumption. So naturally, from where the extra milk product comes in, that's the problem. It's not only in India. Now we can talk about India, but when we have started research, we have found Lancet in 1932 there. They also addressed this problem of milk adulteration. And we always know that the milkman, there is a popular saying that if he does not mix water in the milk, then he is not a milkman at all, right? So water is one of the common thing, but maybe water is not that harmful. But now we have seen lots of other adult which are actually harmful to our body and has a long-lasting effect. And it's not always that actually people want to adulterate milk. Sometimes it happens that unknowingly or to the farmers or to the common people, it's that technology is not available. So one of the problem I can state about the disease which is called the mastitis in cows, that is when it is an bacterial infection or and sometimes also a viral infection. The udder tissue that actually get blocked, and it gets reduced milk supply. And if it starts from subclinical mastitis to acute, then actually the critical one. And for this, a farmer loses in India 47,000 per year. So naturally, it is a natural tendency for the farmer to survive his family or himself or herself, that they treat it by some medicine. So, and that medicine, when it is not monitored, that indirectly comes to your milk, and that indirectly comes to your, actually comes to your everyday glass of your milk that you take. Recently, one doctor told me that you should start taking this dahi, curd, because you need calcium. I said, no, I don't take any milk product. He said, no, it's a branded milk. What is the issue? I said, the issue is not about the branding. Issue is in the source, there is a problem. So, the sort, actually, we tried to develop a device that I showed you. It's a pocket device. It's we can boost on this, that from scratch, from the sensor design to this device, we have done it in IIT Kharagpur. And at the last, one of our industry partner has given this shape, and more proud moment for us, he's a junior of our from IIT Kharagpur BTech, and Satyabrata. So he is also an instrumentation engineer. So we have to be very proud moment as an instrumentation engineer. So I'll follow this line, okay? So problem, of course, a glass of milk is no longer safe. And actually in childhood, we all think that we should, our children, we should let them take as much milk as they can, but be careful, it's not actually that good enough to eat, that take milk, right? So what is milk adulterants? I think I need not to explain this, because we all know a little bit about this. So adding non-authentic substances, of course, water is the most common one that we have said, and removing authentic ones without the buyer's knowledge for the seller's economic gain. So this is very common, you can take out the milk cream and all, and you can add some other thing to replace. So that is also some sort of adulteration. And debasing of food article with an inferior and deleterious substances. So here actually one professor told me a very interesting story. I said actually one university, I don't want to name the university, their actually founder was a milk businessman. So what they used to do, they used to make chana, what we call in Bengali, that means a cheese. So they used to add this NaOH or this HCl, which we use for our toilet cleaning, the muriatic acid, to take out this chana from this milk. And now that water, that whey which remains, so that has some amount of lactose content. Now, next time they actually, this lactometer that is being used to measure the lactose content. So in the milk, they put that chanar jal, what we call in Bengali, so to increase the volume. As soon as you add this, then what happens? The volume increases, but the shelf life decreases. The reason is it's a little acidic. Now to compensate this acidity, what they do, they put some little amount of NaOH. So the shelf life increases. So now you think. So in the milk, you are consuming uric acid, maybe HCl, then you are that, in addition, you are taking some NaOH, and they all are very health hazards problem. And they said that he built up his business empire just practicing this. So may not be, I don't know, not only practicing this, but that's the story told by me to some professor in Horinghatta. So that is the adulterant can be harmless dilution, or it can be unhazardous deception. That's what it says. So why it matters? In India in 2011-12, it was shown that on an average 70% of India's milk is adulterated. But if you remove the South India, because South India is less than 20, it is between 20 to 30%, then 85% milk is in India is actually adulterated milk. They don't pass the quality. And when it has been tested, more than 8 different distinct adulterant classes has been found. And as just now I explained about the subclinical mastitis, when the cow has a subclinical mastitis, even the experienced farmer, they also cannot understand that it has got mastitis, right? So naturally, that milk has more somatic cell, and that is not also nutritionally good, and it's damaged. And every day, if you are exposed to such milk, then you can face different problems. So I'll come to that. So the common adulterants on the left-hand table, you can see water, whey, non-milk protein like soya, pea, and wheat, the foreign or vegetable fat, or mixing milks of different species. So, this mozzarella cheese is very high in Sweden and all. They want to find out that whose species cheese is this, right? In India also, in our childhood, I used to listen that the goat milk is more nutritious than the cow milk, right? So if you can mix up them, that also actually one form of adulteration. And the added chemicals commonly is urea, is a caustic soda, as I said. Detergent, why actually detergent is being used? A farmer, when actually goes to the like Amul, Nandini, or the big red cow, whatever big brands, then they are paid on the basis of SNF, that called solid not fat ratio, right? Because the businessman says that how much solid I can extract from that. So more the SNF percentage, they give the farmer the more price. Now, if you take out or dilute the milk, so what happens? Naturally, the SNF ratio goes down. So to increase that, actually, they can use this vegetable fat or some sort of vegetable oil. Now, oil does not get mixed with the milk. So if you add a little bit of detergent, then it emulsifies. And that's a very common practice. And not only that, when detergent mixes, a frothiness comes on the top, and it looks like that is very good milk. And so that is actually the detergent comes into play. Chlorine, actually when density goes down, lactometer actually works on the measurement of density. So they use chlorine, and this formalin, boric acid, melamine, peroxide, they all are used to increase the shelf life. The country like us, where the humidity and temperature is varying, and this milk gets spoiled very soon. So this formalin, boric acid, or melamine peroxides are being mixed. So if we add water, of course, there are low nutritious value, but if you add tap water has some conductivity. So the electrical properties somehow you changed. So from the sensing point of view, if you have any mechanism to sense that electrical property. So actually Professor Subhash Mukhopadhyay was also talking about pH measurement or this capacitive type sensors or conductivity. If you can measure, then actually you can get rid of the more complex biosensors or other type of sensors, right? So this what we look for, and on this principle actually we have developed the device. So urea is also being found, and that is being used for synthetic milk. Synthetic milk, is urea is used for SNF ratio, as I said. On the basis of SNF ratio, the farmers get the price, so naturally they use a little bit of urea to increase the SNF ratio. Now, not only that, I think you must have also listened from somewhere that due this cows or this milk producing animals, they also they give to consume urea for more milk production. That is also an issue. So that is actually causes lots of health issues like ulcers, kidney malfunction, even cancers. And for urea, we generally go for biosensors, but actually the other sensors also can be used. Actually, we not very sophisticated biosensors are required. Of course, there are biosensors, but low-cost biosensors also can be developed. So, whey I have already been explained to you how the whey is being used to increase the volume, and then how NOH is being used to neutralize, and that can be actually measured by gel electrophoresis, chromatography, ELISA, or spectroscopy method, or actually the sensors we have developed, we call the constant phase element sensor. So we can actually detect the whey if you have, because it has, when there is an ionic addition, then actually the sensors we have developed that can measure that. So we are thinking that it's a problem of India, not at all. Actually, the US also found that there are 80 drug residues in animal-derived human food. So it's a global problem actually. And you can see penicillin, ampicillin, oxacillin. So if you repeatedly take this, then what happens? You become this drug resistant. So that is the big problem. So we can detect it by electrical methods, chromatography, or ELISA tests. So I have also told you about the non-milk protein and fat. That means low price soya, pea, soluble wheat is being used, and vegetable oil is being used, and to emulsify that, again detergent is used, and that can be also detected by spectroscopy, chromatography. But I think those who know about these methods, they are very specifically can give you about that what is being actually mixed, but not available for the common people. And you can see in the right serial. So we need these all PCR, chromatography, ELISA, E-tongue, they all actually lab-based method and require expertise to handle the instruments. So this we have talked about the synthetic milk production, which the story I have started with. That is the worst one, because we are taking urea, caustic soda, refined oil, detergent, and everything actually makes your health or your kidney, your this liver, everything gets affected, and also they are carcinogenic. So in a small tabular form, if we can say that chlorine that is being used to restore density after watering so that the lactometer cannot detect, so it clogs arteries and it causes heart disease. The pesticide, so residues from feed and treatment, so that is also toxic and also carcinogenic. So NOH, this neutralizes acidity in synthetic milk, and that causes hypertension and also heart disease. Melamine, which is being used to preserve the milk. So, and it also fake protein content. This is kidney toxicity. Boric acid, formalin, they are also used by preservative. Melamine will also sometimes be used as preservative, and it causes abdominal pain and vomiting and poisoning. So I think you can read anywhere what are the acute effects and the chronic effects of if you continuously exposed to such types of adulterants. So how we have developed this device? So if we look at the different methods, with some of them we have already talked about, the gas chromatography, liquid chromatography, gas liquid chromatography, high performance liquid chromatography. So they are all, actually there is an distillation column through which the milk is being passed, and according to the mass of different substances, they get separated. So that it's very distinct and very accurate method, all this chromatographic method, but of course they are very expensive. There are also spectroscopic methods like near infrared spectroscopy, infrared spectroscopy, where you can pass the signal and according to your chemicals or according to the composition of the milk, so the absorbent of this light that is being detected. So it's happening. Anyway, so it is the good part of it. These are non-destructive, but it's instrument heavy, and of course demands calibration against a reference library. So there are many biases in urea. If you can actually somehow, it is not very easy to break down the urea in the ammonia and that other form. So if you can break down that one, then these potentiometric biosensors, they can be a viable low-cost sensing. An ELISA test, so I think many of you have known this ELISA test is being done on blood. So this is an antibody-based and very selective. We do gel electrophoresis and also this actually being used for whey or the source of mixing. That means different types of milk if you use, then actually DNA and RNA of different types of milks are different, so that get identified. So of course their selectivity is very very high, so that is the strength of these biosensors, but cost is the limitation and skill operator is required. So there are some electrical methods, so we are electrical engineers, so we better prefer the electrical methods. So impedance probes for bacterial content, I think Professor Subhash Mukhopadhyay was also talking something about this. The potentiometric biosensors, as I have said, if you can break down into ions, then the potentiometric biosensors can be used. AC conductance to detect synthetic milk in natural milk, as is something which we use, or electrical conductivity admittance to detect water in milk. What happens? That water has a different conductivity than the milk. So if you add only water, if you don't neutralize with something else, then maybe electrical conductivity may be used. And conductivity-based mastitis detection, so what the device I'm showing you, actually we have also tested it for mastitis detection, that is the disease of cow when the milk production, when it gets affected by bacteria or virus, this udder gets blocked and the milk production goes down. And in the subclinical mastitis stage, you have to identify. Once it goes to the clinical or acute stage, then you need to actually it needs to incur loss of some study in 2 years back has shown that 47,000 rupees per cow a farmer loses. So there can also be permittivity sensors for somatic cell count in fresh milk. Actually what happens when a cow is infected by mastitis, then actually the walls of that blood vessels get damaged and the somatic cells from the blood comes to the milk. And at the subclinical stage, actually it is not visible by your naked eye. So maybe the permittivity sensors can sense that one. So there are some specialized detectors like ultrasonic detector. Here I want to say in India, if you go in, mostly if you go to Gujarat, this Amul and all, they buy a instrument from Bulgaria, that milk screen, which cost around 60,000 rupees. So they use this ultrasonic detectors. So we had an opportunity to look into that sensor, and we have found that through a small pipe, they actually pump the milk, and they have two ultrasonic sensors that are mounted on this small pipe through which the milk is going. So how much the absorption of that ultrasonic wave or ultrasound, so from there they actually try to calibrate the amount of fat, SNF or something else. So when I put this question to them, see, if you don't clean, or suppose you are passing through that small pipe, and if you don't clean it, and again pass a second sample, then of course the first sample's inaccuracy will be coming to the second. They said, no ma'am, ऐसे ही होता है, हम लोग ऐसे इनको fat SNF करते हैं, ऐसे ही चलता है. So they think that something imported from outside is always good. That's our mentality. So of course we do, and I think 90% of Indian milk, these farmers are actually paid on the basis of that Bulgaria based method, because that is only 60,000 cost. The next one, which is actually made by Sweden, that cost 4 lakhs. So they actually, after every cycle of milk passes, they also use the ultrasonic method. You need to clean it, okay? But of course the cost goes high. And we can have E-tongue and E-nose, but the E-tongue and E-nose, you know, the main problem is that calibration. So the right side we can, for the time being, we can see. So we have talked about some analytical biosensors, some electrical, electrical methods, which actually the demand, which can give us good accuracy. It should be of low cost. It does not require any reagent. You will see in milk adulteration detection, most of the times, some chemicals is being used, and by the color change or by gel formation, they try to actually assess the quality of the milk. But that is actually is a burden. So the common people, the household people, the farmers, they actually don't want to go in that way. And it has to be operator friendly and also can be deployable in the dairy, village dairy, because we have mostly the small farmers, right? I'll not take much time. I know it's lunch time already. So what we have developed at IIT Kharagpur is a constant phase element sensor. So yes, so this is, you can see, this is actually how we have measured the milk. You can see right at the phase angle we measure, and you can see that for the different pH 4, that's the top curve, the pH 9.2 is the bottom curve, and pure milk, which that time we have measured is something around, actually 6.7 to 7 points, in that range the pH remains. So that is actually in the middle curve. So this, if you have some mechanism to measure the phase angle, then you can actually measure the whether there is any ionic activity happened or not. So this census we have actually for the, because many people have questioned us that how it is being affected by the humidity and temperature. Of course, the humidity and temperature of the milk, if it changes, so that will change the sensing. But the sensor itself, you can see that is not perturbed by the humidity and not perturbed by the temperature. At a constant temperature, when we have varied the humidity, you can see it's 89 to 89.2. Within that small limit it varied. And when we have put the humidity 50%, again you can see is only even less than 1 degree variation with the temperature. So the sensor itself does not get disturbed by the temperature. So this is, after the, of course, it has an electronic circuit inside. So we have this one result only I have shown here with the whey, 50% whey, 30% whey, and the synthetic milk which I have described. So you see they all have given the different voltage value. So 3.8, 3.6, 3.4, 2.6, these are actually distinguishable and quite enough voltage for our instrumentation. So we can, actually even we have seen now if there is a phase angle difference of 0.5 degree, that also we can measure, because we have now gone from analog form to a digital form of measurement, and using the microcontroller we can actually do that one. So our sensors actually work as a virtual sensor array. You see, when urea, different percentage of urea, see, they are clubbed in the pink zone. The middle zone is way, the tap water zone is the bottom. That means they have again a different phase angle they are showing. So a single sensor can actually used for different adult times. So we have make a dedicated phase detector circuit which is inside. You know, this, the good part of this is we push the sensor over here. It has a temperature sensor, and here the sensor, CP sensor. This is battery operated, and also we have only this chargeable by C-type connector. You can see the display, and from the display, actually, it is now in the form of display because we need for calibration, but when it goes to the farmer, we have actually send it to the different farmers, like NDRI, we have more than 5 years we have tested. We have sent it to Kushal Engineering, that is in Pune. We don't know them, we just offered them that you test in your they have given us the report, and we have also sent one more in Maharashtra. They also have given a very good feedback about this device, that it can detect. So for the farmers, what we have put, we only put red and green LED, so that whether it passes your test or whether it does not pass your test. But here we have display because we want it for our calibration. Because our instrumentation, you know, the calibration is a big issue, and we must do the proper calibration. And now we are working on the auto calibration, so that if it goes to the field for calibration, it should not come back to us. So how can we calibrate that? And as my before speakers are talking about IoT, as it is using microcontroller, it is actually IoT enabled. It can send the data to a centralized place if someone, or to the mobile phone of the farmer. So it is compact and very low power. If you charge once, full charge, then it can it can sustain for 7 to 8 hours. That is it. And the sensors we have seen, that sensors actually, when we have tested from 500 to 750 dipping, it sustains. Only thing is that for in between testing, you have to clean it, because you know, this milk is an colloidal substances. It forms a layer on the sensor. So you need to clean it. So that is actually, I was talking about the Bulgaria-based. They have also the same problem. If you don't clean it, actually you won't get the proper result. So as we push the sensor over here, we can take out the sensor. You have to just wash in water and wipe it, and again you can test it. So that's what it does. So see the specification. So far we have only tested for the cow milk. After calibration takes some time, but once you calibrate, the testing time comes in 1 minute. The sample flow from that, you can see it actually the 20 to 50 ml, and the sensor, you may think that you have to throw away the sensor. No, the sensor is actually PMMA coated, and PMMA is a biocompatible this material. Actually, our teeth is also made of PMMA. So you don't have to throw the sensors away, right? I don't know, this pointer is not working. The sensors are connected over there. And you can say that actually we have calibrated at up to 3 centimeter, and our sensors actually after 3 centimeter, we must give a green masking, so that if you dip more, nothing will happen, because the sensing area is always 3 centimeter. The display is LED. it has a 3.7 volts battery inside. We have an USB charging, that is universal C type. The weight is only 150 gram, and the sensor size is 6 millimeter by 1.5 millimeter by 10 centimeter. And data interface, we have a micro USB through which you can send the data out. So that was our lab to market roadmap. We have actually technology transferred it to actually this with collaboration with the CDAC Kolkata, and we had submitted a very small proposal only for 15 lakhs, and MIT, and they are very happy to get this. Even then they have filed the patent also, and we have transferred the technology. In Odisha, only one company, but I don't know. After our ecosystem is not that great, that after the technology transfer, what is happening? Sometimes I poke CDAC, they said, okay, it's going on, the technology will come one day, but maybe if it does not come, we have the right to give this technology to someone else for marketing. So, that's all from my side. So we actually could make this only cost 1,000 rupees, the whole thing. And if it is produced in bulk, I think that will even come less. So if you have any question, I am ready to take. So thank you for your patience. So yeah, I'm done. If there is any question, I am happy to. Yes, I am done, Professor Puth. Yeah.
There are only two secondary factors that we have considered. One is temperature, and the second one is energy. So, for example, we have the electronic circuit that is connected to the sensor. Will there be some other secondary factors that we have to consider?
Like?
Say, for example, depending on the supply source frequency or something.
Oh, that's a good question. Actually, we have seen that if it goes below, it's actually 4 volt to 3.7 volts. So if we have seen, if it goes below 3.7 volts, then there is a mismatch in that. So we have done that extensive study. So now the next, actually this is the 4th iteration. After the 4th iteration, we have come here. So in the 5th iteration, what we are trying to do, when this come down 3.7 volt, automatically it will stop, and it will say that charging. Even now also it's showing charging, but when we have given to the farmer, we have seen that they have discarded, dislooked this message and going on doing. So they are getting wrong results. So now we are just cutting the supplies so that. Yes, so yes, that's also we are thinking of, because it is a microcontroller, so we can put in software, and also for the auto calibration also, because that can, that we are more robust thing. Yes, yes, that we are trying to include in the next. So actually a product takes, I think, Sir knows, I started in 2002-03, is 2026, still we are not satisfied with a product which can go to the market. But unfortunately, this is not only for the problem of the people who are working, also the ecosystem, who will build it, who will give us the feedback. We have to run after them, give us the feedback, give us the feedback. It's not like the developed countries, where they come, they from their own interest give the feedback. Here we are running after them, give us the feedback, and it's painful thing to do.
What is the speed? What is the meter actually displaying?
Oh, yes, yes. It's actually it shows it's this one actually this mastitis detector. So it's showing that healthy or there is adulteration. Actually, one thing I must admit that it does not actually it's not specific. It cannot say that whether it is urea, whether it is water, but it can say it's an adulterant because it's the ions which ionic activity in the milk that get changed. So we take pure milk as the standard. So pure milk calibration is not possible. So we have made an KCl based solution which we give as a calibrating solution. Against that you have to calibrate. So then if when it deviates after a tolerance, we say it's adulterate and it's not adulterate. That's the logic. Yeah. Yes, it can be actually for the fruit beverages, fruit juices, it can be used. Even one of my, I have a postdoc, fortunately I got this time, and she is trying to, using the same principle and similar, not the same type of sensors, but the sensors which Professor Subhash Mukhopadhyay was showing. So the formalin in fish, because we know there are many formalin detectors, etc. But if you go to the market, there is nothing very handy thing is available. And as in Bengal and the eastern region, we take lots of fish, and formalin is widely being used for preservation. So, and also these peroxides, right? So the fruit juice contamination, the beverage contamination can also be done with this. Yeah.
As we know that the fat value in a can vary from fellow to north or south. So can we recalibrate this device? Because as you said that we have a standard.
Yes, actually, we have also explored that. We have seen, actually, when we work in the lab, we buy 3 different fat percent from the, we generally used to take the Amul product. So they have 1.5%, 3%, another is more than 6%. So we have tested, and we have seen that after 3% fat, actually, I have not shown the sensitivity graph. So we actually first give the frequency sweep. So at what frequency I get the maximum difference or maximum selectivity or resolution between 2 different types of milk. So we have seen that for the high percentage of fat, though goat milk and bovine milk or this buffalo milk we have not done. So at 500 hertz, we get the maximum separation. And for the 1.5% fat is a 5.6 kilohertz. So actually the student who has done PhD on this topic is Moupali Chakraborty. She is now in King's University, the lecturer. She actually made a switch. So the switch will first see that whether it's high fat or low fat. So if we have a parameter that changes with the more than 3% and less than 3%. So if we say that high fat, then you can make the switch so that it will go to 500 hertz, that circuit, and if it is 5.6, it is good. But in this, actually, we did not implemented that one. So maybe later one. But on this, we have done the research because I think 3 of my PhD students have done PhD on this topic only. I actually could not put the acknowledgement. I must acknowledge my teacher as well my students who made this happen. Yes. Any more question? Okay. So I think it's done.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a shockingly informative narrative. I think the initial pause before the surge of questions was out of shock on knowing what are the ingredients of a glass of milk, which is otherwise considered to be the most healthy drink in almost all Indian households. Thank you so much. May I now request Session Chair, Professor Poonam Singh, ma'am, to present a small token of appreciation to our distinguished speaker. May I please request Pati sir to please come up on the dais and felicitate Professor Poonam ma'am for chairing the session. You can keep this. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. So now it's time to break for the lunch and come back rejuvenated for the rest of the day. Thank you.